Chapter 21:17. Young Master Jiang Chen, even if I die, I will die standing, I will never give in. Jiang Xinxin raised her head and looked at the sky, feeling disheartened. 3,000 worlds, 10,000 years of cultivation, all gone in one day. It's not easy to cultivate. How can you be so willful? Die just like that? Jiang Chen's voice carried a hint of playfulness, reverberating in Jiang Xinxin's ears. At that moment, the three Jiang siblings trembled. They were saved. Who are you trying to fool? Quickly come out and greet the most handsome immortal sovereign. Li Shuai shouted in a deep voice. His face was incomparably gloomy because he always liked to control other people's lives in his hands. Moreover, this was the first time he encountered such a situation where the other party couldn't even detect it. At this moment, he was also a little suspicious. Jiang Xinxin was extremely happy. He finally appeared at the most crucial moment. She once imagined that one day, she would be rescued from the hands of her enemies by a prince with wings that could shake the heavens. Although Jiang Chen did not have such a great ability, in this divine tomb where even the divine soul of a divine king could not fly, the fact that Jiang Chen could appear was already the arrangement of the heavens. In her heart, Jiang Chen was invincible. He was invincible. As long as he was here, everything would be peaceful and calm. Handsome my ass. You're still too young to compete with me in terms of handsomeness. Jiang Chen appeared out of nowhere. Just like the nine nether. Li Shuai's expression became serious. This person in front of him seemed to have some ability, but his strength was really ridiculous. Ha ha ha. 8th grade immortal sovereign? Are you here to be funny? You want to snatch my woman away with just you? I, the most handsome immortal sovereign, have braved the wind and waves, pointing my sword at the divine world. I've never met a worthy opponent. Today, you might not even be worthy for me to take action. 8th grade immortal sovereign, he. How long do you think you can survive in this divine tomb? Trying to be a hero and save a damsel in distress? In my opinion, you're just a coward. Li Shuai said proudly. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was a complete idiot, an 8th grade immortal sovereign. Wasn't he seeking his own death by fighting against a 9th grade immortal sovereign like him? Kid, since you want to become a hero, I'll fulfill your wish. At the same time, you should also understand this principle. Before your strength reaches a level where you can look down on the world, don't act so pretentiously. Because the price of doing so might not be something you can bear. Li Shuai was bossy and arrogant. Indeed, in his eyes, there was no one worthy of respect, because he had overcome so many obstacles along the way. Even a late heavenly god's soul was nothing to him. He would still kill them without hesitation. There's no point in talking more. I've always been a magnanimous person. I can accept others showing off, but I just can't accept others showing off more than me. Jiang Chen sneered. Their gazes met and a resplendent radiance erupted from them. The two of them were locked in a deadlock and neither of them was willing to take a step back. A terrifying collision was unavoidable. Young Master Jiang Chen. Be careful. He's very powerful. Jiang Xinxin said worriedly. There was a trace of nervousness on her beautiful face. Now that she was tied up by the immortal binding rope, she couldn't do anything at all. The Empress is so elegant and peerless. Of course, she's a match for a hero like me. Ha ha. Immortal binding rope, come. Li Shuai waved his hand. Jiang Xinxin flew up into the void and went straight towards Li Shuai. Go! Jiang Chen sneered. The Zulong Tower instantly sucked Jiang Xinxin into it. Instantly, Jiang Xinxin's expression changed drastically. Because she didn't know what kind of space she was in, but she could clearly see everything around her, including Jiang Chen. You, where did you take him to? Li Shuai looked at Jiang Chen in shock and shouted. Dead people don't need to know these things. Jiang Chen Lang smiled and stood up with his sword. The heavenly dragon's sword moved horizontally and vertically. The sword pointed at the void, breaking through the wind and waves. The sword momentum was unparalleled. Boy, if anything happens to my empress, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Li Shuai did not hold back. His palm moved like thunder, splitting a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it, but it was enough to kill an ordinary 9th grade immortal sovereign. However, how could an ordinary person be compared to Jiang Chen? His figure flashed and dodged Li Shuai's attack. The mountain range behind him was completely split apart and turned into dust, causing the Jiang brothers to be dumbfounded. You're indeed quite capable. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Jiang Chen pointed at the sky with his sword. Layers of sword shadows appeared. The terrifying sword momentum of the heavenly dragon sword forced Li Shuai to retreat inch by inch. It was difficult for him to resist. Jiang Chen's terrifying momentum pointed at the sky. It was already unstoppable. Li Shuai had underestimated his enemy, causing him to suffer a great loss. After being hit by Jiang Chen's sword, Li Shuai retreated with an ugly expression. Ever since he became invincible in the immortal world, he was unstoppable in the divine tomb. He had never suffered such a loss before. How could Li Shuai feel good at this moment? You've completely infuriated me. Boy, it seems that if I don't show my true strength, it'll be a little difficult to kill you. Li Shuai slowly took out a golden spear. The spear's radiance pierced through the sky. It looked like a real extreme Dao weapon. Good timing. Let's see what you're capable of. Jiang Chen wielded the heavenly dragon sword. His footwork was exquisite. Even if he could not fly directly to the sky, his sword momentum was boundless. The heavenly dragon sword's terror and sharpness were not something that ordinary people could withstand. Torrential purple golden spear. This is my life divine weapon. It was created by the essence of the earth. You can be proud to die under my torrential purple golden spear, even in the underworld. I've been unstoppable all my life. My talent is unparalleled. In this world, I'm the #1 genius. You're doomed to die without a burial place after fighting with me. But unfortunately, you don't have a divine spark. Once you die, it'll be over. Ha! Eat my spear. Li Shuai wielded his spear and stirred up the wind and clouds. The two of them instantly became a series of residual shadows. It had to be said that Li Shuai was indeed powerful. If he did not underestimate Jiang Chen before the fight, he would not be easily forced to retreat by Jiang Chen. He definitely had his own strength to be able to look down on the divine tomb. Interesting. You're quite good at boasting, but I wonder how capable your subordinates are. But it's your bad luck to meet me. Even if you're a genius in the myriad world, you can only sigh because I specialize in killing geniuses. Chapter 21:18. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, slashing the stars and shattering the void. The surrounding air even solidified. Li Shuai's torrential purplish golden spear did not hesitate at all. Layers of spear shadows appeared, shocking people's hearts. As the sword light and spear shadows clashed, the spectators were incomparably shocked. The 9th grade immortal sovereign who was fighting with heavenly god Mo Yen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He did not expect this 8th grade immortal sovereign to be so powerful. What kind of figure was Li Shuai? He was an outstanding figure among the immortal sovereigns of the myriad worlds. Countless immortal worlds had fallen into his hands. Moreover, he had crushed them effortlessly. His strength was not inferior to a void god expert. 9th grade immortal sovereigns were not his match at all. Otherwise, how could Li Shuai gather so many super immortal sovereigns around him? Strength was one thing. Li Shuai's heroic spirit reached the clouds, saying that he could bring them into the divine world and defeated many heavenly god divine souls. In their eyes, this most handsome immortal emperor was even more arrogant and fearless than the heavenly gods. There were countless 9th grade immortal sovereigns that entered the divine tomb, but none of them had ever seen an 8th grade immortal sovereign. Moreover, this 8th grade immortal sovereign was able to go toe-to-toe with the most handsome immortal sovereign. The battle between the two was incomparably terrifying, but also very exciting. As a true peerless genius among the immortal sovereigns, even Li Shuai could not tolerate the fact that someone was on par with him. Moreover, this person's strength was weaker than him. He felt that his dignity had been greatly challenged. Clang! The spear shadow turned into a sky full of feathers, cutting through the sky. At this moment, Li Shuai's expression became serious. This was one of his trump cards. It was absolutely invincible. An ordinary 9th grade immortal sovereign would have already been killed by the feathers in the sky full of feathers. Phantom Divine Spear. Slash the heavens and destroy the earth. Li Shuai roared. The torrential violet golden spear slashed through the void. Most importantly, Li Shuai was flying. This was unbelievable to everyone. Everyone knew that flying was not allowed in the divine tomb due to the laws of the heavens and earth. However, he was standing in the sky. The spear shadow slashed through the sky and surrounded Jiang Chen completely. He can actually fly? Oh no, I'm afraid young Master Zhang Chen has really met his match this time. Zhang Zhiren said with an ugly expression. Yeah, this is a battle between geniuses. Hee hee, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach such a level in our lifetime. The battle between geniuses and monstrous geniuses is destined to shock the world. At this moment, Li Shuai seems to have the upper hand. Zhang Zhijuan said. His eyes were filled with envy, but there was no trace of jealousy, because he knew that it was impossible for him to resist. Boss can actually fly? Ha ha ha, I didn't know that until now. What else can this guy use to fight boss? He's just overestimating himself. Big Brother is an immortal emperor of the myriad world. No one can stop him. Even void god experts are nothing to him. I have already predicted that Big Brother might ignore the laws of the divine tomb. No, this isn't disregard. Boss can only fly through the air for a short period of time because the illusory wings on his back are formed from energy. This should be some kind of secret art. The consumption is definitely not small. Even if it's a secret art, it's not something that an arrogant person can compare with. Many people were mocking and ridiculing. Looking at the battle between Li Shuai and Jiang Chen, everyone felt that Jiang Chen would definitely lose. Master, I believe that this guy is definitely not your match. Although Heavenly God Mo Yen was forced to retreat step by step, at least he was still able to stabilize the situation. He had placed all his hopes on Jiang Chen. Flying through the air? Even so, you still can't do it. Jiang Chen sneered. He had already seen through all of Li Shuai's attacks. The great divination art had already seen through Li Shuai's battle trajectory. Li Shuai's every move was imprinted in Jiang Chen's mind. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Go. Jiang Chen covered the sky with one hand. As soon as the law of the 5 elements appeared, it covered the sun and the sky. The dragon seal filled the entire sky. Even Li Shuai, who was already prepared, was shocked. The illusory divine spear was easily dodged by Jiang Chen. As if he could predict the future, the 5 elements combat dragon seal swept across the sky and crushed down. Even if he was on the ground with a horizontal blade, Jiang Chen was still not afraid. The 5 elements combat dragon seal turned into an illusory shadow and fell from the sky. Li Shuai's spear was pushed back by the combat dragon seal and his face was extremely ugly. This attack was from a higher position, but the illusory divine spear was still unable to injure Jiang Chen. On the contrary, he was tricked by him. However, the terrifying 5 elements combat dragon seal still made Li Shuai's heart palpitate. This guy is so terrifying? He even dodged it? Isn't it incredible? Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. What can we do if we don't believe it? I feel that boss and this guy have a 50% chance of winning. That's impossible. Boss will never lose. Just wait and see. Jiang Chen looked down on the world and pointed his sword at Li Shuai. This most handsome immortal emperor still had some ability. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? Not bad, not bad. It's a pity that you still can't defeat me. The 5 elements combat dragon seal forced Li Shuai to retreat, but it also made him re-evaluate Jiang Chen. This guy's terror was definitely not inferior to him. So, if he still underestimated his opponent, it would be really difficult for him to be invincible. If you think that you will win just like this, then I can only say that you are too arrogant. However, you are worthy of my attention. Even if you die, you should be able to smile in the underworld. Li Shuai stood in the sky, high above the void, as if the entire divine tomb was in his hands. Li Shuai's strength was really impressive. 9 revolutions Overlord Spear. First revolution, wind and cloud 9 heavens shakes. The light of the spear was unparalleled, piercing through the heaven and earth. Li Shuai was like an ancient god of war, standing proudly in the sky. Jiang Chen held his blade horizontally, not panicking in the face of danger. His heavenly dragon sword also burst out a terrifying momentum. Unity of dragon and sword. Second revolution, holding sky exterminating all saints. No matter how evil you are, what can you do to me? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen unity of dragon and sword. The heavenly dragon sword was him, and he was the heavenly dragon sword. He swept across the universe, and thunder rumbled in all directions. The sword destroyed the spear, and the dragon's might was vast and mighty. Every time Li Shuai's terrifying attack was blocked by Jiang Chen. It could be said that one sword could fight against millions of masters. Third revolution. Forbidden storm rises. Fourth revolution. Eighth revolution. 10,000 spear exterminating strike. Look at my ninth revolution. 9 revolutions, heaven and earth, great shift. Li Shuai's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were wide open in anger. The ninth revolution of the Overlord spear was indeed disdainful of the world. Jiang Chen looked dignified, and the great void technique shuttled through the void. Even in the divine tomb, there was no hesitation. No one could stop the secret technique of the void. He stepped in the void, holding his sword, and stood proudly like the Lord of the 9 heavens. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, reaching heaven in 1 step. Jiang Chen roared. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each step was stronger than the previous. The void cracked inch by inch, the wind rolled, and the thunder was deafening. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps stirred up the universe with each step. Even the 9 revolutions Overlord spear was crushed by Jiang Chen's foot. Li Shuai's aura was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's last step broke through the void and sent Li Shuai flying. The torrential purple-golden spear in Li Shuai's hand was completely shattered. Chapter 21:19. Puff. A stream of blood spurted out. Li Shuai's body and all the meridians in his body were crushed by Jiang Chen's step. Even his weapon was not spared. If Li Shuai did not use up all of his immortal strength to protect his heart meridian, he would have completely vanished into thin air. Li Shuai was completely defeated. He was utterly defeated, without any suspense. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps completely suppressed Li Shuai's 9 revolutions Overlord spear. Even the rainstorm purple-golden spear created by the Mother Earth essence could not escape the fate of destruction. Sooner or later, I will come back to find you. Jiang Chen, I will not rest until you die. Li Shuai's voice reverberated between the foothills. Jiang Chen wanted to chase after him, but Heavenly God Mo Yan's divine soul was completely suppressed by more than a dozen immortal emperors and his soul was almost destroyed. Get lost! Jiang Chen shouted angrily and swept his sword across. More than a dozen immortal emperors could not withstand the power of this sword. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Jiang Xinxin's heart trembled when she saw this scene. This is what it means to be invincible. Jiang Chen's domineering aura was enough to soar to the 9 heavens. Even Li Shuai, a peerless genius who claimed to be an immortal emperor of all worlds, was defeated by Jiang Chen. Don't kill us. We are all innocent. Yes, we were all kidnapped by the most handsome immortal emperor. We did not do it willingly. I beg you, immortal sovereign Jiang Chen. I'm sure a peerless figure like you won't be calculative with us, right? All of them knelt down. They knew very well that Jiang Chen had the absolute power to decide their life and death. If I did not appear, Heavenly God Mo Yan's divine soul would vanish into thin air, and the 3 of them would be either dead or captured, right? Jiang Chen stared at everyone. Everyone fell into silence because what Jiang Chen said was an indisputable fact. We are innocent. Please let us go. Jiang Chen shook his head. I also feel sorry for all of you. You've cultivated for millions of years, but your cultivation was destroyed in a single day. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourselves for not understanding the situation. There is no medicine for regret in this world, so all of you must die. Jiang Chen was definitely not a soft-hearted person. If it wasn't because he was strong enough, why would these fellows kneel down and compromise? In the end, he still followed that so-called most handsome immortal emperor and bullied the weak. Let's go all out. We're going to die either way. If we go all out against him, we might still have a chance to live. That's right. We can't just sit and wait for death. The eyes of the immortal emperors were burning with anger. Jiang Chen had already decided their life and death. Therefore, at this moment, they couldn't just wait to be captured. They had to fight with their lives on the line. Only then would they have a chance to survive. He's just putting up a desperate struggle, Jiang Chen said faintly. The heavenly dragon's sword swept across the area. More than a dozen 9th-grade immortal sovereigns could not even withstand a single attack from Jiang Chen. All of them were killed. The current him could even fight against a late void god. More than 10 arrogant and conceited immortal emperors vanished into thin air at this moment. Heavenly God Mo Yan's divine soul was also extremely weak, as if it was going to vanish soon. Master, I might vanish completely. Mo Yan is already satisfied to be able to see such a terrifying side of Master. It's a pity that I can't accompany Master to conquer the divine world. It's a pity that my divine soul is about to be extinguished. Don't worry. I will definitely kill that Li Shuai and avenge you, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Thank you, Master. After Heavenly God Mo Yen finished his words, he turned into a shadow and disappeared among the divine wood. A divine spark slowly fell into Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and held the divine spark in his hand tightly. His killing intent was like a rainbow. Jiang Chen flicked his finger and Jiang Xinxin was released from the Zulong Tower. Jiang Zhajuan and his brother were extremely surprised. Thank you, young Master Jiang Chen, for saving our lives. Don't mention it. Since you guys are following me, I will not just stand by and watch. The divine tomb is filled with dangers. We still need to rush to the exit of the divine tomb in the extreme north. Only by walking out of the divine tomb can we be qualified to enter the immortal world, Jiang Chen said with a smile. The four of them rested for half a day. Then, Jiang Chen brought the three siblings and rushed to the north again. In 5 days, Jiang Chen had saved nearly 179th grade immortal sovereigns along the way. All of them were restrained by these late heavenly god divine souls and could hardly do anything. Jiang Chen naturally knew that it was not easy to cultivate to the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm. He had long wanted to form a powerful force to fight against the divine souls in the divine tomb. Only by combining their strength could they be invincible. Under the leadership of Jiang Chen, these people became stronger and stronger. After all, no one wanted to be alone in the divine tomb and be captured by these divine souls. Moreover, these people even formed an alliance called the Sword God Alliance. Jiang Chen naturally became the leader of the Sword God Alliance. In 10 days' time, the entire western region of the divine tomb was swept by Jiang Chen. Dozens of early divine king divine souls were also killed by Jiang Chen. The Sword God Alliance suddenly became a new force. In 10 days' time, they had grown to more than 800 people. At the same time, there were 2 major alliances in the eastern region. One was the Overlord Alliance. The other was the Unparalleled Handsomeness Alliance. In the central region, there was also the Heavenly God Alliance. And the Battle Alliance. This time, the Divine Tomb seemed to be quite exciting. Although the Divine Tomb was far away, the news still spread to every corner of the Divine Tomb. Because everyone was rushing towards the extreme north. Only by walking out of the Divine Tomb would they be qualified to enter the Divine World. At this time, many late Divine King Divine Souls had also joined in. After all, these 9th grade immortal sovereigns were joining in. Even the Divine Souls in the Divine Tomb would find it harder and harder to take action against them. However, the more 9th grade immortal sovereigns Jiang Chen saved, the more enemies he would have in the Divine Tomb. Moreover, more and more Divine King Divine Souls had joined in. Even if it was Jiang Chen, he was no longer invincible like before. In the entire western region, Jiang Chen had made enemies everywhere. Now, too many high-level divine souls were enraged by him. The western region of the Divine Tomb was the Myriad Valley Mountain. The mountain was dangerous, easy to defend and hard to attack. It was a true natural stronghold. Countless people of the Sword God Alliance had stopped here to rest. Jiang Chen, today will be the day you die. Your Sword God Alliance has killed countless of my divine souls. Today, we will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Ha ha ha, I was wondering what kind of trash you are. Turns out it's just an 8th grade immortal sovereign. You bunch of trash are really disappointing. Such weak shrimp soldiers and crab generals can't even resist. Humph, this 8th grade immortal sovereign is not ordinary. If you think he's a pushover, you can try to bully him first. Chapter 21-20. The Myriad Valley Mountain was filled with towering peaks. Black water flowed from the east and dark clouds covered the sun. The mountain was so high that it pierced through the clouds. The Divine Tomb was filled with a gloomy hue. Countless ancient trees towered into the sky with luxuriant foliage. The dark green style was filled with an oppressive aura. Countless stone tablets stood in great numbers. The Tomb of Divine Souls. Currently, the entire Myriad Valley Mountain was filled with an oppressive aura. There were more than 200 peak mid-void god divine souls standing there. Their terrifying aura made everyone tremble in fear. They did not know how to deal with them. Among these mid and early divine king divine souls, there were more than 1,000 of them. The entire Myriad Valley Mountain was surrounded by them. There were countless late heavenly god divine souls. Such might was unparalleled in the world. Everyone felt a great sense of crisis. This time, Jiang Chen had created a big hole in the heavenly capital. So many people came to suppress Jiang Chen. Because he had killed countless divine souls and established the Sword God Alliance, these divine souls would not be able to gain much from the opening of the divine tree. So much so that many ninth-grade immortal sovereigns imitated the Sword God Alliance. Countless forces rose up together. The late heavenly god and early divine king divine souls that they sent out were completely useless. Many of them were killed instantly. This was the most miserable situation that the divine tomb had ever experienced in the past millions of years. Therefore, most of the divine souls rose up spontaneously. The entire eastern region began to suppress Jiang Chen. Divine king divine souls were everywhere. Do you guys think boss will be able to get through this? There are too many divine souls here. Could it be that we've aroused the anger of the divine souls? Who knows? I feel that our Sword God Alliance is in danger this time. There are early divine king divine souls everywhere. How can we deal with them? Even boss Jiang Chen might not be able to turn the situation around by himself. You're right. My mind is in a mess right now. We have no other choice but to fight with our backs against the wall, because if boss Jiang Chen loses, we won't stand a chance anymore. That's right. Even if we surrender, I reckon we'll still be captured by this group of divine souls. In the end, we'll still have our essence, qi, and spirit sucked away. In the end, we'll still die. I might as well go all out now. Fight with your back to the river. The fighter is the hero. If it wasn't for boss Jiang Chen, we might have already vanished into thin air. This time, we must unite against a common enemy. Regardless of life or death, we will never surrender. More and more people began to understand this logic. Once Jiang Chen was defeated, they would definitely lose and die a tragic death. The morale of the Sword God Alliance was high. They might not necessarily lose. Moreover, their boss, Jiang Chen, was the pillar of the Sword God Alliance. They might not necessarily lose this battle. Jiang Zhuren looked at the group of divine souls around the Myriad Valley Mountain with a solemn face. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Jiang Chen had led them all the way and killed thousands of divine souls. Now, these divine souls were finally here for the final battle. Young Master Jiang Chen is still so calm now. Sigh. I really don't know if young Master Jiang Chen has the confidence. Yeah. My palms are all sweaty now. Those divine souls have already sealed the entire Myriad Valley Mountain. We can't escape even if we want to. So we can only fight. However, young Master Jiang Chen hasn't taken any action yet. We can only wait and see. Although I'm very confident in young Master Jiang Chen, there are too many divine souls this time. Moreover, all of them have reached the peak middle void god realm. How terrifying would that be? At least, I think I would be killed instantly. Zhang Zhejuan said with a bitter smile. I believe in him. Young Master Jiang Chen will definitely lead us to break through this siege. Jiang Xinxin had a natural trust in Jiang Chen. She was saved by Jiang Chen several times. He was like a god of war that descended from the heavens. Invincible. No one could be his opponent. At this moment, Jiang Chen was refining those divine sparks. The 75th floor of the Zulong Tower had been opened. Jiang Chen's strength had become much stronger. The dragon marks in his body had reached 2,099,300. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm. The refining of thousands of divine sparks had allowed Jiang Chen to sense a trace of divine sense. This trace of divine sense was sent out by the Zulong Tower. If the 76th floor of the Zulong Tower was opened, this divine sense would be even more powerful. Jiang Chen had a feeling that once the Zulong Tower reached the 80th floor or higher, he might have an unexpected harvest and surprise. But now, the entire Myriad Valley Mountain was guarded by tens of thousands of divine souls. However, when Jiang Chen's divine sense swept through the Myriad Valley Mountain, he did not find any hierarch divine souls. Otherwise it would be troublesome. But even now it was still quite difficult. After all, even ants could kill an elephant. There were too many of them. Damn it. Do they really think that I'm invincible? So many divine souls have come to hunt me down. Looks like there's going to be a big battle today. Jiang Chen murmured. He was a little worried about Hosey and De Huang. He wondered how these two fellas were doing. What's wrong? Jiang Chen. Have you become a coward? Aren't you very powerful? Ha! Yeah, you're as timid as a mouse. How can you lead a group of heroes? If you don't come out, the Sword God Alliance will completely disappear today. Haha, looks like this fella is a coward. He doesn't dare to come out. Then, we'll overturn the entire Myriad Valley Mountain. You're right. How can we not take revenge? We've lost so many divine souls. How are we going to explain this to our subordinates? Just an 8th grade immortal sovereign. Do you dare to fight me? Countless people stood at the foot of the Myriad Valley Mountain and shouted. A divine king divine soul with wings of a flying demonic beast stood in the sky. His aura was incomparably imposing, shocking everyone. Cowardly mouse. Do you dare to fight me? True Water Divine King's voice was like a huge bell. His face was like a vermilion jade. He held a long sword in his hand. He was also a powerful divine soul. His terrifying strength had reached the peak middle void god realm. Noisy. A silhouette appeared in the valley of the Myriad Valley Mountain in an instant. It was fulgurating shadows. You're Jiang Chen Mouse? True Water Divine King shouted in a deep voice. His face was cold, as if he was afraid of Jiang Chen's death. So what if I am? If you want to fight, let's fight. I'll accompany you to the end. Jiang Chen sneered. Reckless kid. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I, True Water Divine King, am. Go to hell. Eat my True Water Sword. As soon as True Water Divine King's voice fell, his long sword was like a clap of thunder. Many of the surrounding divine souls were secretly shocked. This True Water Divine King is not simple. Yeah, he can even fly in the sky. With this alone, he's already undefeatable. That's right. Looks like so many people have come for nothing. This Jiang Chen probably has no strength to fight back. Chapter 21-21. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, Heavenly Dragon Sword. Jiang Chen's sword swept across millions of troops. In an instant, the Heavenly Dragon Sword revealed its sharpness. When it clashed with the True Water Sword, the True Water Sword was instantly broken. Jiang Chen's roar was like thunder. His sword aura was still invincible. Wherever it passed, not even a blade of grass grew. True Water Divine King was instantly cut into two. No! Before True Water Divine King could finish his words, he was instantly killed by Jiang Chen. His divine soul also vanished when the Heavenly Dragon Sword slashed down. A divine spark fell into Jiang Chen's hand quietly. Jiang Chen looked at everyone with disdain. His expression was cold and his aura was imposing. Divine Sword. Divine Sword. Divine Sword. His voice was like a tsunami that reverberated within 100 miles of the Myriad Valley Mountain. It was deafening. Jiang Chen slashed True Water Divine King's divine soul in anger. Everyone was taken aback. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. True Water Divine King's divine soul did not have any power to fight back at all. In an instant, he was killed by Jiang Chen and his divine spark fell into the hands of his opponent. A sword slashed down. It was terrifying. This was the impression that all the divine souls had of Jiang Chen. Because this guy was completely unreasonable. Many of the divine souls did not even see how Jiang Chen did it. True Water Divine King's divine soul might not be the strongest among all the divine souls, but it was also one of the best. Now that he was killed by Jiang Chen, many of them had lingering fear in their hearts. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Boss Jiang Chen will not lose so easily. How about it? My words came true. Unparalleled sword god. Invincible in the world. Boss, kill this bunch of things that are neither human nor ghost. No matter how terrifying they were when they were alive, they're just a bunch of divine souls now. Why worry? Ha ha ha, if it's a real divine king, even if it's a heavenly god, I guess we can't escape death. But they're just souls that are neither human nor ghost. What's there to be afraid of? Boss Jiang Chen is mighty. Jiang Chen's sword had completely stabilized the morale of the Sword God Alliance. Now they were no longer worried about this group of divine souls. At least, Jiang Chen's current strength had terrified them. An 8th grade immortal sovereign was able to instantly kill a peak early void god divine soul. How terrifying was that? At this moment, a lot of doubtful voices were heard in the Divine Soul Alliance, because the strength that Jiang Chen had shown was just too powerful. Many divine souls even had the thought of retreating, but the arrow that was knocked on the bow had to be released. If they retreated at this moment, they would lose even more face. No matter how powerful he is, he's only one person. The rest of the ninth grade immortal sovereigns are nothing to us. Moreover, he could kill a divine king divine soul by himself. Do you think he can withstand the combined attack of hundreds of us? That's right. If there are enough ants, they can even kill an elephant. I don't believe that no matter how strong he is, he can resist our human wave attack. We have so many people, so why should we be afraid of one? If this gets out, how will we have the face to stay in the tomb of the god of sin? Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Although Jiang Chen's strength was very strong, it was not possible for him to intimidate everyone. After all, there were too many people who came to suppress him. Even he was not confident that he could win. The sword attack just now was just to establish his prestige. Although the effect was achieved, it still could not stop the murderous intent of these divine souls. Now, he had become the target of public criticism. Everyone had the right to kill him. Therefore, in this battle of Myriad Valley Mountain, it was either win or die. Moreover, there were those ordinary ninth-grade immortal sovereigns behind him. Since Jiang Chen had gathered them to resist the divine souls, it was impossible for him to abandon them and let them become cannon fodder. This would go against his original intention. What's the difference between him and an executioner? Then let's fight. I, Jiang Chen, have never been afraid of anyone. In today's battle, I will kill every single one of you divine soul scum. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at the void, fearlessly challenging everyone. Who could have such a terrifying aura? One man against a million. Don't overestimate yourself. Let's attack together. Don't give him any chance. Yes, kill him directly. Otherwise, we'll be in danger. More than 200 divine king-level divine souls, all of them had reached the middle void god realm. They surrounded Jiang Chen in the middle. 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their own abilities. Good. Jiang Chen shouted in anger and laughed madly. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, causing a storm that swept across all directions. The edifying light. Suppress. Jiang Chen's voice was like Sanskrit. The edifying light shone brightly on the ground. Although the edifying light was very powerful, it was still difficult for him to edify all of them. He only managed to repel some of the divine souls. Jiang Chen didn't dare to let his guard down. 200 divine souls besieged him at the same time. If he made a slight mistake, he might lose his life here. At the same time, the other 700 to 800 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were also besieged by thousands of heavenly god divine souls. The situation became very tense. Even if there were powerful ninth-grade immortal sovereigns, none of them could cover the sky with one hand like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was having a hard time fighting against 100 divine souls alone. The surrounding divine souls had all sorts of techniques, forcing him into a difficult situation. Compared to those ninth-grade immortal sovereigns, Jiang Chen was in a much more difficult situation. Because every single one of them had the strength of a middle void god. Jiang Chen would not be so worried even if there were 10 or 20 of them. However, there were more than 200 experts attacking together. Who could understand how much pressure Jiang Chen was under right now? Unification of dragon and sword. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. He immediately unleashed the unification of dragon and sword, turning his body into a sword, sweeping across the heavens and earth. However, there were too many of them. Even if he were to kill them all, his hands would become weak. The unification of dragon and sword was besieged by 200 divine souls. Even if he could soar into the sky, it would still be difficult for him to withstand the attack. The unification of dragon and sword was directly intercepted. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat a few hundred meters. Countless terrifying light rays shot out. Jiang Chen roared in rage. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal struck towards the sky. At this moment, even the sky trembled. The terrifying echo was deafening, as if it could pierce through one's heart. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal combined the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was filled with the terrifying aura of the heavenly law. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal instantly killed 8 divine soul experts. However, Jiang Chen also suffered from a terrifying attack. His entire body was slashed by the blade, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. The raging flame fire dragon blade doesn't feel good, right? The divine soul of the raging flame divine king said with a smile. His eyes were cold. Just now, the fire dragon blade was directly aimed at Jiang Chen's body, causing Jiang Chen to feel as if his entire body was being burned by flames. However, it was only for a moment. Because he had 5 kinds of flames, how could he be burned by the raging flame fire dragon blade? Since you like playing with fire so much, then I'll send you to heaven. Jiang Chen sneered. He clenched his hand, and the fire of sun and the true thunder fire appeared in his hands. Jiang Chen wanted to let him understand who was the ancestor of playing with fire. How is this possible? You actually have 2 kinds of supreme flames at the same time. Chapter 21-22. Are you afraid? Jiang Chen sneered. But in the next second, another flame appeared in his hand, the Qilin Saint Fire. No, there are 3 of them. Someone exclaimed. Just one of the heaven and earth Saint Fire was enough to defy the heavens. This guy actually got 3. How could they not be envious? Most importantly, if it was an ordinary person, they would have been devoured by the violent flames, but he was still able to handle it with ease. Even so, it's still impossible for you to defeat us. The divine soul of the flaming divine king said with a cold smirk. His eyes were filled with greed, but he didn't know if he could control these 3 supreme flames. In front of this supreme being who played with fire, he felt that he was just a child's play. What if I add this? Jiang Chen moved his hand and the vermilion bird divine fire appeared. The temperature of the entire Myriad Valley Mountain became extremely hot. The group of divine souls also became a little nervous, because flames and holy light were the things that divine souls feared the most. But even so, the 200 divine soul experts didn't retreat. But at this moment, no one dared to take another step forward. Because everyone knew that no matter who these 4 flames fell on, the result would be unpredictable. Their soul would be destroyed, and they would disappear from the world. 4 flames, you're courting death. If you're not careful, you'll be devoured by the supreme saint fire. That's suicide. The raging flame's divine king sucked in a mouthful of cold air. His face completely changed. Everyone's heart couldn't help trembling. The suppression of the sovereign saint flame was really terrifying. This guy is too abnormal. How is this possible? Yeah, I think this guy is playing with fire. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see that those 4 flames are the supreme saint fire of the world? But in his hands they're quite docile. Even the flaming divine king, who claims to be the best in controlling fire, doesn't dare to make the slightest move. What should we do now? Let's see if anyone is willing to be cannon fodder. Once he uses 4 types of flames, we might have to sacrifice a lot of our people. No one wanted to be cannon fodder, so the entire scene became tense. No one dared to act blindly without thinking. On the other side, the 7 to 800 ninth grade immortal sovereigns were also suppressed. Close to 200 of them had died. However, when the souls of the late gods saw the 4 types of flames, their mouths became dry, as they would be purified by the flames if they came in contact with even the slightest bit. They would vanish from the world. What? No one dares to come forward. Then I'll have to make a move. A sinister smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Let's do it together. We must not let him detonate the 4 types of supreme saint fire. Otherwise, we won't have a good time. Moreover, we'll be implicated. Those late heavenly god divine souls can't resist the supreme saint fire at all. Even we have to be cautious. The divine soul of the flaming divine king roared. Everyone understood the current situation. They must not give Jiang Chen any chance. Once he detonated the 4 types of flames, the situation would be different. Kill without mercy. 200 divine souls launched their attacks again. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat again and again. He was even forced into a desperate situation. Jiang Chen's trump card had not been completely revealed, but he had an extremely bold idea. He wanted to fuse the 5 types of supreme saint fire together. It's not just a simple fusion, but to fuse them into one type of flame and then detonate them. If he didn't control it well, Jiang Chen himself would suffer. But he wanted to give it a try. Once he succeeded, it would be the unparalleled fire dragon seal. Then he would use the 5 elements combat dragon seal to turn the dragon into fire, and then turn the fire into a seal. Flapping his wings, the dragon wings spread out in an instant, shocking a lot of people. However, the shock that Jiang Chen gave them had already made them numb, because this guy had too many trump cards in his hands. In the entire divine tomb, the divine souls that could fly could be counted on one's fingers. Even in this situation where tens of thousands of divine souls gathered, the number of divine souls that could fly could be counted on 2 hands. Once the dragon wings spread out, it soared straight to the 9th heaven with unstoppable momentum. No one could withstand its sharpness. But Jiang Chen couldn't give up so many followers. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Formation, Myriad Souls Lock Formation. Flaming God King's divine soul growled. They were obviously prepared. 200 divine soul powerhouses combined to form the Myriad Souls Divine Lock Formation. Even if it was a real deity, it wouldn't be a problem. A layer of terrifying law energy covered Jiang Chen in the sky above the Myriad Valley Mountain. He also felt a huge pressure. This Myriad Souls Lock Formation was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, his body was constantly being suppressed. Even the dragon wings couldn't take him to the 9th heaven. He could only look down from a few dozen meters in the air. Soul lock suppressing sound. Jiang Chen frowned, but he was still forced to suffer injuries again and again. The soul lock suppressing sound was even more terrifying than the Buddhist Heart Sutra. It was similar to a curse. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Jiang Chen's strength was constantly being suppressed, but his flame fusion was finally about to be completed. Enduring the great pain of the soul lock suppressing sound, the 5 kinds of flames in Jiang Chen's hands rose into the air. Jiang Chen controlled them with one hand. The 5 kinds of flames finally fused together. That kind of blue flame gradually took shape and became a nightmare in everyone's heart. How is this possible? He actually has a 5th kind of flame. What kind of flame is that? I have never heard of it. The divine soul of the flaming divine king murmured, with a touch of fear in his eyes. Because these 5 kinds of flames had already formed a new kind of flame dragon seal. At this moment, the entire Myriad Valley Mountain was filled with blazing flames. The temperature rose sharply. It was incomparably terrifying. This seal, I call it the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. The blood at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth carried a touch of strange coldness. He struck out with one hand, and the flame dragon seal shot out like a ray of light. Jiang Chen struck out with the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. This seal was even more powerful than the slaughter dragon seal. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Explode! Jiang Chen roared in rage. The 3000 Flames Dragon Seal instantly exploded in the sky, turning into thousands of rays of light, illuminating the entire Myriad Valley Mountain. Lights shone brilliantly, blood-curdling screams shook the heavens. It was a tragic scene. Countless late heavenly god divine souls could not withstand it at all. This 3000 Flames Dragon Seal was specially made by Jiang Chen for them. Even though it was difficult for 9th-grade immortal sovereigns to withstand it, it was not to the extent of being unable to withstand it, although they would definitely be heavily injured. However, those below the Divine King Divine Soul realm, once touched by the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal, they would definitely die. A cold light burst out from Jiang Chen's eyes. It's time for these divine souls to return to the heavens and earth. They could be said to be unparalleled in killing. Most importantly, Jiang Chen had detonated the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. If the target of the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal was a single person, the degree of terror would be even more indescribable. Even Jiang Chen was not sure how terrifying the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal would be. Chapter 21-23. Since you like to play with fire so much, then let the fire burn your body. Jiang Chen wielded 5 types of supreme flames and surrounded the flaming divine king's spiritual soul in an instant. The latter's face turned as black as the bottom of a wok. No, don't kill me. Don't. However, his pleas for help were destined to be useless. Letting the 5 types of flames burn his body was also a form of respect for him. The flaming divine king's spiritual soul was extinguished. Cries of agony could be heard everywhere. Thousands of advanced heaven god realm fighting souls instantly turned incorporeal, leaving behind only godheads. That type of scene could be said to be unparalleled in this world. The souls of thousands to tens of thousands of heavenly deities were set aflame, making one feel fearful. Even a third of the 200 divine king realm fighting souls were wiped out. However, it had to be said that Jiang Chen was also severely injured by the soul-locking sound. His face was pale and his strength was no longer at his peak. What a terrifying and peerless savage. That's right, we have suffered a huge setback this time. But he is now an arrow at the end of its flight. If the rest of us join forces, we will definitely be able to kill him. That's right. What are you afraid of? Since things have come to this, we have to be prepared to die. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, we will all die. We have no way out. More and more Divine King Realm fighting souls said in a deep voice. They clearly understood that the current situation was completely different from before. They were the ones fighting with their lives on the line. However, Jiang Chen was also an arrow at the end of its flight. Ha ha ha, boss is mighty. Too ferocious. Even if we fail, we can be proud of ourselves. Boss killed tens of thousands of heavenly gods' divine souls all by himself. This is too shocking. That's right. These heaven god realm fighting souls finally know fear. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. We are still at a disadvantage. If we did not drag Boss Jiang Chen down, he would have been able to soar into the sky and leave the Thousand Valley Mountain. That's right. Even if we die, we must not embarrass Boss Jiang Chen. Let's fight till the last moment. Although there were less than 600 immortal emperors left, their voices still reverberated like the heavens. Everyone understood that Jiang Chen had been seriously injured because of them. Moreover, Boss Jiang Chen had single-handedly turned the situation around. Although they were all 9th-grade immortal sovereigns who had entered the divine tomb from the lower plane, none of them had Boss Jiang Chen's courage. A 7th-grade immortal sovereign would be able to go on a rampage in the divine tomb. They rejoiced because they were from the same era as Jiang Chen and had the same dream. They were also duty-bound for this battle. Sword God! Sword God! Sword God! A tsunami-like voice resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Although the myriad soul's divine lock formation had yet to be broken, he had to fight with his life on the line. Furthermore, he had to bring out his true strength for this final battle. However, even so, Jiang Chen might not be able to escape unscathed. His current condition was no longer sufficient for him to use the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal again. Heavenly Tribulation. The current Jiang Chen had already reached the peak of the 8th-grade Immortal Sovereign Realm. Advancing to the 9th-grade Immortal Sovereign Realm was imminent, and this moment was the best opportunity for him to do so. The might of the Heavenly Tribulation was not inferior to the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. This group of arrogant myriad souls' divine lock formation would become their nightmare. Zulong Tower. It's time to unleash your power. So many divine sparks of heavenly gods and divine kings should be enough for you to have a good meal. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured. Thousands of divine sparks were all absorbed by Jiang Chen at this moment. A terrifying suction force burst out from the Zulong Tower, as if it was an uplifting joy. After devouring all the divine sparks in an instant, the Zulong Tower shone brightly in Jiang Chen's body. He did not hold back and directly used this energy to break through to the 9th-grade Immortal Sovereign Realm. It's already come to this. Are you still going to put up a resistance? I don't believe that you still have the strength to fight. Ha ha ha, prepare to die. Although so many heavenly god divine souls have died, it's worth it to kill you. After killing you, no one in the eastern region will be able to stop us from collecting the essence, chi and soul of 9th-grade immortal sovereigns. Countless mocking and ridiculing voices resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. He knew that at this moment, they all thought that he was going to die for sure. Therefore, they had lowered their guard against him to the lowest point. However, some of them would not let their guard down. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. They had seen how powerful Jiang Chen was. Therefore, no one dared to underestimate him at this moment. Using one's life as a joke was not a small matter. Young Master Jiang Chen, are you really going to die? Jiang Xinxin murmured. Her eyes were sparkling. She didn't believe that Jiang Chen would fail like this. Every time there was a crisis, he would always be the savior. Could it be that he was going to be attacked by all of them? Even if we die, we can't let Boss Jiang Chen lose face. Go. Kill. Although we can't kill a divine king realm divine king, but we can still fight against a late heavenly god divine soul. Countless people's eyes were filled with determination. At this moment, Jiang Chen was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Their only hope was about to be destroyed. In a battle of life and death, no one was willing to back down. Did you see that? Your men are all ready. But they are not going to fight to the death. They are going to die in battle. Someone said in disdain. As the leader of the Sword God Alliance, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile at this moment. A bunch of fools. Do they really think that I'm helpless? Isn't it too early to be happy now? Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Explode. Dragon transformation. Jiang Chen roared. In an instant, he turned into a half-human half-dragon state. Under the dragon transformation, his battle strength increased by more than 10 times. A terrifying aura swept across the sky, crushing all divine souls. What is this? Jiang Zhiren sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling the terrifying pressure from Jiang Chen. His trump card seemed to be endless. This true dragon pressure made even 9th-grade immortal sovereigns like them feel suffocated. It was too terrifying. The current Jiang Chen was more than 10 times stronger than before. Isn't this too fucking awesome? Haha, young Master Jiang Chen, I'm going to chase after you for the rest of my life. Jiang Zhiren's body trembled. His eyes were filled with surprise. Jiang Chen was always able to give them a chance to escape from a desperate situation. At this moment, all the divine soul experts became solemn. Even the myriad soul lock great formation was trembling. The terror of Jiang Chen after his dragon transformation made people's hearts palpitate. Don't hesitate, give it your all. A divine soul shouted. More than 100 divine divine souls swarmed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was like an ancient war beast, waving his gigantic and powerful arms, sweeping across the sky. His imposing manner was unstoppable. Chapter 21-24. At the same time, the Zulong Tower was absorbing the divine sparks one after another. The Zulong Tower shone brightly, and the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body increased rapidly. At this moment, the sky above the divine tomb was filled with rolling thunderclouds. This is the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation. He's going to undergo the tribulation here? This is too scary. This guy is crazy. He'll die without a burial place. What? The supreme heavenly lightning tribulation? Isn't that the heavenly tribulation that only appears in human god realm? How is it possible for a mere 8th-grade immortal sovereign? The supreme heavenly lightning tribulation. Even a human god might not be able to withstand it. Many human gods have lost their lives in this trial, and they couldn't even condense their divine sparks. It's like a fantasy. Shit. We'll be in trouble once the heavenly lightning tribulation falls. The myriad soul lock formation has sealed Jiang Chen, and it has sealed us as well. He wants to attract the heavenly lightning tribulation to kill us. This madman. You'll die too. Everyone was shocked. They all knew that once the 9 heavens lightning tribulation fell, the entire Myriad Valley Mountain would be razed to the ground. Thunder and fire were the natural enemies of spirits. Moreover, the 9 heavens lightning tribulation was something that even a deity might not be able to resist, let alone their spiritual bodies. At this moment, the entire Myriad Valley Mountain became restless. Jiang Chen wanted to perish together with them. This guy is a peerless ferocious beast. A divine soul said in a trembling voice. Thunderclouds rolled. At this moment, the surroundings of the Myriad Valley Mountain became a land of heavenly lightning tribulation. It was also the place where Jiang Chen was undergoing the heavenly lightning tribulation. No one could escape from this area. The entire sky was filled with thunderclouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. This time, Jiang Chen had already prepared a foolproof plan. Even a human god couldn't withstand the heavenly lightning tribulation. Does Boss Jiang Chen want to perish together with us? Too ruthless. Looks like Boss Jiang Chen has been forced into a corner. Today, we are destined to die with a grievance. Although Boss Jiang Chen's methods are heaven-defying, they will still perish together. We are all finished. No matter if it was a divine soul expert or a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, all of their faces were ashen at this moment. Once the lightning tribulation descended, the heavens and earth would shatter and the void would shatter. No living being would be able to survive. Moreover, divine souls were afraid of lightning and fire. This lightning tribulation was an unavoidable catastrophe for everyone. Haha, what? Now you finally know how powerful I am? Reckless fools, I didn't go looking for you, but you just had to provoke me. Jiang Chen gazed arrogantly at the sky, flapping his wings and flying. In the blink of an eye, the thunderclouds had already covered the entire Myriad Valley Mountain. Everyone could feel this irreversible and terrifying pressure. The might of the heavens was unfathomable. Jiang Chen, you will die a horrible death. A god-king-level divine soul cursed. However, their complexions had already turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Death had completely surrounded them. Everyone listen. Don't resist. I will absorb you into my treasure. It can withstand the lightning tribulation. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. All the immortal sovereigns' eyes lit up. Some of them were even prepared to perish. But at this moment, Jiang Chen brought them a turning point. Even the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation could be avoided? What a heaven-defying method. Nobody wanted to die if they could live, especially those immortal sovereigns who entered the divine tomb from the lower planes. Which one of them did not have a dream to enter the divine world and show off their might? However, they did not know that it was not so easy to enter the divine realm. The tomb of the god of sin was a soul harvester. Those who could escape the calamity of the tomb of the god of sin were all super monstrous geniuses, peerless geniuses. Is this true? Can I not die now? Ha 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 ha. Boss Jiang Chen is mighty and domineering. Some of them cried tears of joy. Who said that a man should not cry easily? These peerless immortal sovereigns who had gone through life and death trials to reach this stage felt an unprecedented shock. Jiang Chen was their savior. Their gratitude was naturally expressed in their words. Everyone knew that at this moment, Jiang Chen was like a supreme being above the heavens. They could not help but prostrate themselves in worship. Jiang Chen waved his hand and the Zulong Tower shone brightly. Hundreds of ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were sucked into the Zulong Tower. However, the strength of the Zulong Tower was like a tiger in the eyes of those divine souls. They could feel that the Zulong Tower was coveting them, as if they were the prey of the Zulong Tower. They would rather be struck to death by the heavenly lightning and have their souls destroyed than to enter the Zulong Tower. Obviously they were right. If these souls had entered the Zulong Tower directly, they would have been refined by the Zulong Tower directly. It would have been 10,000 times more painful than having their souls dispersed. This guy wants to kill us with heavenly lightning. Oh, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The heavenly lightning rumbled and instantly descended. The 9 heavens profound lightning descended. Jiang Chen held the Zulong Tower and pointed it towards the heavens. The lightning tribulation descended in an instant. Countless divine souls tried to escape in all directions, but they could not withstand the terror of the lightning tribulation. Thousands of divine souls within 1,000 li were terrified. They did not dare to fight against the lightning tribulation. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not escape from the range of the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation. The heavenly lightning was a heaven-defying energy. Moreover, the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation was a heavenly lightning tribulation that descended when a human god was breaking through. Not to mention these middle void god divine souls, even a human god divine soul would not be able to survive. The suppression of the heavenly lightning on divine souls was almost unbearable. It was like wood meeting fire, water meeting the blazing sun. They could not resist at all. Blood-curdling screams filled the air, deafening the ears. Lightning flickered beneath Myriad Valley Mountain, and radiance dazzled the world. Under a single strike, hundreds to thousands of souls were obliterated into ashes, and only godheads remained, without any signs of life. This guy is holding a pagoda and is not afraid of the heavenly lightning. Fa! It can't be? Isn't this supreme heavenly lightning tribulation too terrifying? A powerful hierarch divine soul shouted in a deep voice. Let's go. Otherwise, both of us will not be able to escape. No, we can't. Ah. At this moment, not even Jiang Chen had expected that 2 hierarch divine souls were hiding in the dark. Before they could even take action, they were struck to death by the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation. These 2 divine souls had already reached the peak late void god realm. However, under the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation, they did not have any strength to resist. They did not even have the chance to escape. If Jiang Chen did not have the Zulong Tower in his hand, he would not be able to escape. This supreme heavenly lightning tribulation was completely out of his expectation. 9th-grade immortal sovereigns would definitely die if they were touched by it. Those 9th-grade immortal sovereigns in the Zulong Tower were secretly shocked. Jiang Chen's method of killing hundreds and thousands of divine souls was truly terrifying. The heavenly lightning tribulation, the annihilation of tens of thousands of souls. To think that there's an unexpected harvest? Jiang Chen rubbed his nose and murmured. In the western region, in a place where thousands of gods were buried, an old and hoarse voice was murmuring. Chapter 21-25. Boss Jiang Chen is so terrifying. I wanted to have a fight with him. Luckily, Jiang Chen sighed. Of course. Our boss Jiang Chen's prestige is unparalleled. Luckily you didn't, otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. This heavenly tribulation is way too terrifying. It's absolutely tragic. If we were to go through the baptism of the lightning tribulation outside, not even our ashes would be left. You're right. That's the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation that only humans and gods would experience. It's definitely not something that we immortal sovereigns have to endure. This time, we're finally out of danger. Surviving a calamity. A rainbow after the rain. Hu Han-san survived again. The heavenly thunder rumbled. The lightning punishment descended. The myriad valley mountain collapsed. Not even a blade of grass was left. The supreme heavenly lightning tribulation was terrifying. Looking from afar, the myriad valley mountain was scorched black. Under the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation, everything turned into nothingness. The mountain collapsed, the grass and trees turned into ashes. Within 1,000 li radius, even the tens of thousands of heavenly god divine souls that did not participate in the battle were caught in the crossfire. Jiang Chen looked around. The whole myriad valley mountain had a circumference of 1,000 miles and 100,000 divine sparks. The scene couldn't be any more spectacular. There were also hundreds of divine kings' divine sparks. He was truly rich this time. Most importantly, there were 2 hierarch divine sparks. This was too unexpected. Jiang Chen could not help but feel a lingering fear. These 2 arrogant hierarch divine souls were hiding in the dark, planning to deal a fatal blow to him. However, in the end, they found out that he could not escape from the range of the heavenly lightning tribulation. Even they could not escape death. Today, Jiang Chen had returned to his human form. His strength had increased by another level. 9th grade immortal sovereign. Unparalleled supreme. Have I finally reached it? Jiang Chen murmured. If he was in the immortal world, he did not know how long it would take. There was no pressure and no motivation. However, the commotion this time was bound to spread to the ears of many divine souls. He hoped that they would not have any designs on him. Right now, Jiang Chen already had a domineering intent to compete with Heaven Duke. If another 200 divine souls of God King came, he was sure that they wouldn't be able to return. And he wouldn't need to borrow the power of the lightning tribulation. Jiang Chen's body trembled as he clenched his fists. The 2,197,000 dragon patterns in his body shone with golden light. Peak early 9th grade immortal sovereign. And this was before he absorbed the 100,000 divine sparks. These 100,000 divine sparks were destined to upgrade the Zulong Tower once again. Jiang Chen could not hide the excitement in his heart. However, he still released all the immortal sovereigns from the Zulong Tower. More than 500 9th grade immortal sovereigns had survived the calamity. There were even more than 10 immortal sovereigns that had broken through the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm and reached the void god realm. Boss, I have broken through to the 9th grade immortal sovereign. Ha! To me, this battle is truly boundless. Yeah, I've also broken through to the heavens. Boss, I feel like I've broken through the heavens. We've gained a lot this time. If it wasn't for this battle, I believe that many of you would have benefited a lot. Boss, I want to compete with you. Ha! How about it? But even if we win, we will still follow you. At least, we will not leave you in the divine tomb. Without you, we would be dead already. Countless people were looking forward to it. Some of them were even eager to give it a try. Jiang Chen was also impulsive. If he didn't suppress them at this moment, these fellas might turn the heavens upside down. However, he could see that these people's admiration and worship towards him could not be changed. After all, he had shocked everyone in this battle. He single-handedly turned the situation around, killed 100,000 divine souls, and saved countless 9th grade immortal sovereigns. Jiang Chen was not only their boss, he was also their savior that they would never forget. Since you guys are so confident, then I'll fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. He was walking leisurely in front of more than 10 late void gods. Although these people's auras were powerful and should not be underestimated, they would always be his underlings in front of Jiang Chen. Immortal Sovereign Lu Dong. I see that you're the strongest. Why don't you come and try? Jiang Chen said. Yeah, Immortal Sovereign Lu Dong. Your aura is the strongest. You were the one who had the highest chance of breaking through to the Immortal Sovereign realm. Now, it seems that you've lived up to our expectations. Yeah. Immortal Sovereign Lu Dong. Boss is strong, but you're also talented. We're all super immortal sovereigns of the lower planes. Who would be willing to be second? Ha! All right. Boss Zhang, Lu Dong is here to challenge you. Lu Dong was wearing a white robe. He had an extraordinary aura. His long sword swung in the air. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. Amo Kihan. Come and spar with Boss Zhang. Brother Lu Dong is no match for you. A bearded middle-aged man said with a smile. However, he had the attitude of a spar. Yexing Yunwang is here too. A man with a black sword in his hand stood with his arms crossed. His long hair was flowing in the wind. He was also handsome. Lu Dong, Yexing Yunwang, Amo Kahan, you three are shameless. 3 against 1. Boss is a 9th grade immortal sovereign. The 3 of you have already broken through to the early void god realm. Zhang Zhiren couldn't help but say. Don't worry. A 9th grade immortal sovereign can still kill the 3 of them. Zhang Chen smiled. Let's do it. You only have one chance. Boss Zhang, you can't let your guard down. Amo Kihan chuckled and took the initiative to attack. The momentum of a thunderbolt, the roar of a tiger and the howl of an ape, the terrifying wind from his fist seemed to be able to break the void, causing piercing pain in everyone's eardrums. Everyone took a few steps back. Those 9th grade immortal sovereigns who had yet to enter the void god realm gasped. Because the strength of a void god was much stronger than a 9th grade immortal sovereign. Boss, have a taste of my sword. Yexing Yunwang's expression was calm. He waved his long sword, creating layers of sword shadows. Zhang Chen's expression was calm, unmoving like a mountain, as if he was detached from the world. Lu Dong followed him unhurriedly. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation and went straight for Zhang Chen. Good timing. Zhang Chen smiled faintly and retreated in order to advance. The great divination art had allowed him to predict the trajectory of the trio's attacks. The trio's attacks were instantly rendered useless. Zhang Chen fought and retreated at the same time, but he was still at ease. The trio had unleashed their trump cards, none of them willing to show any weakness. Moreover, the 3 of them had just broken through to the void god realm. Naturally, they were filled with battle intent. Breaking through to the void god realm made them invincible. Boss Zhang Chen was willing to fight with them. The 3 of them knew that Zhang Chen was just a 9th grade immortal sovereign. From their point of view, it was still possible for them to defeat Zhang Chen. Although their boss was strong, his personal strength was still too weak. Back off! Zhang Chen roared. He pushed the 3 of them back at the same time. Yexing Yunwang, Amo Kihan and Lu Dong could not do anything. If it wasn't for Zhang Chen's mercy, they would have been injured. The difference between an immortal and a god was like heaven and earth. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to challenge someone of a higher realm. Chapter 21-26. Zhang Chen's eyes were burning with battle intent. His hands were itching to fight against these people. Void God Realm? He, a 9th grade immortal sovereign, could still beat them up. That's what you said, boss. Don't blame us for being too ruthless. The remaining 8 void god experts were also eager to give it a try. They naturally wanted to be in the limelight. After all, in the immortal world where they came from, who wasn't a supreme expert that could be counted with one's fingers? Indomitable spirit, worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Even in the divine tomb today, they were still unwilling to bow down to others. They still wanted to become stronger and survive. Their talents were all peerless, 1 in 10,000 geniuses. Zhang Xinxin was one of them. She was also one of the experts that had broken through to the void god realm this time. Her talent was definitely one of the most outstanding ones. I will not be left behind by you, Prince Zhang Chen. Zhang Xinxin decided in her heart that she must follow in Prince Zhang Chen's footsteps. She must not be any weaker than him. One day, she hoped that she could stand in front of him, protect him, shield him from the wind and rain, so that he would not be so tired anymore. So what if there are 11 of you? Come on. As soon as Zhang Chen's voice fell, the 11 early void god experts swarmed towards Zhang Chen like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, displaying their abilities. Yexing Yunwang, Amo Kahan, Lu Dong, and Zhang Xinxin took the lead and fought against Zhang Chen. The other 7 experts did not dare to be negligent. 11 void god experts surrounded Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen took out the heavenly dragon sword and swept across the universe, fighting against the experts. The hundreds of people who were watching were dazzling with golden light. To them, these were precious treasures. Perhaps they would be able to break through the ranks of void god experts. In less than 100 moves, Jiang Chen had gained the upper hand. Because of the great divination art, he was able to see through everyone's moves. He was already in an invincible position. Moreover, Jiang Chen already had the confidence to fight against a late void god when he was still an 8th grade immortal sovereign. Jiang Chen's every move was ruthless, but he did not have the intention to kill. In the blink of an eye, he had forced back 11 people. He stood proudly with his long sword in front of him. His imposing manner was shocking and unstoppable. Boss is mighty. Everyone nodded their heads willingly. Sometimes, it wasn't a shameful thing to bow down to someone. Jiang Chen's strength was unparalleled. He was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign, but he was able to gain everyone's trust. This was because of his strength, and also because he had saved everyone. With the strength of a void god, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a divine king divine soul. In this divine tomb, a late heavenly god divine soul is said to have the strength of an early void god, but it's actually not. Compared to a true void god, there's still a certain gap. Your strength is no longer the same as before, Jiang Chen said solemnly. After receiving boss Jiang Chen's praise, the 10 of them felt proud even though they were defeated. That means that as long as we break through to the void god realm, the so-called divine king divine soul will not be that scary anymore. Lu Dong asked. That's right. However, it's still quite difficult for you to deal with a peak divine king divine soul. However, it shouldn't be a problem for you to protect yourselves. In order to kill you, one would need a hierarch divine soul at least. Jiang Chen nodded and said, Boss Jiang Chen, we will never forget your kindness today. In the divine tomb, we pledge our lives to follow you. Yexing Yunwang, Amo Qihan and the others knelt down on one knee. At this moment, they did not feel that it was a shameful thing to do, because the leader of the Sword God Alliance definitely had the ability to do so. Moreover, he had something that made them trust him. Get up, all of you. The tomb of the God of Sin is full of dangers. We are just helping each other. After all, no one can walk out of the tomb of the God of Sin unscathed if we are alone. A hero needs 3 helpers. Helping others is equivalent to helping yourself. Jiang Chen smiled. He had already expected this to happen. He also understood that this was only the divine tomb. Once they get out of the divine tomb, everyone would go their separate ways. However, at least at this moment, he had a responsibility on his shoulders. That was to lead them out of the divine tomb and kill all the divine souls. Those who stood in his way would die. Jiang Chen brought hundreds of experts and continued towards the exit of the extreme north. Along the way, there were many human experts who joined the Sword God Alliance. The Sword God Alliance was considered as the sun in the sky and was quite powerful. At this moment, Jiang Chen was quite excited. After all, 100,000 divine sparks were definitely enough for the Zulong Tower to improve further. Moreover, this improvement was bound to be quite big. It's all up to you, old friend. Jiang Chen moved his mind and entered the Zulong Tower. He then began his crazy refining journey. 100,000 divine sparks. The entire Zulong Tower shone brightly as if it was very excited. Even Jiang Chen did not expect such a huge amount of divine sparks. When the Zulong Tower was absorbing the divine sparks, he had also benefited a lot. The divine sense in his body had a slight throbbing. Although Jiang Chen was not sure, he knew that the divine sense was very powerful. It was many times stronger than his own divine sense. Moreover, once the divine sense was gathered, it would be possible for him to break through the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm and enter the void god realm. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen did not know that if the Zulong Tower did not absorb so many divine sparks, he would not have formed his divine sense so early. The divine sense was a part of the divine sparks. Only a peak human god could form the divine sense. Once the divine sense was gathered, the divine sparks would be formed. Once the divine sparks were formed, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, once the divine sparks were formed, one would have a great position in the divine world. A heavenly god expert would receive preferential treatment no matter where he went. Of course, this was a story for the future. Jiang Chen cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and started to cultivate wholeheartedly. The divine sense within the 100,000 divine sparks became more and more, gathering in Jiang Chen's mind in a myriad of strands. The Zulong Tower was extremely excited. 100,000 divine sparks allowed it to leap from the 75th floor to the 78th floor. This was simply a miracle. Even Jiang Chen could not believe it. However, the divine sparks were extremely huge. They were filled with earth-shattering energy. After the Zulong Tower broke through the 78th floor, the flow of time became even slower. Moreover, the hardness of the Zulong Tower had increased to a certain extent. Jiang Chen could feel that the Zulong Tower had become a lot stronger. That blurry feeling appeared once again. The Zulong Tower was shining with golden light. On the entire tower, there seemed to be a shadow of an azure dragon. It was truly mystical and shocking. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 2,190,000, reaching the peak of the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm. He was only one step away from entering the void god realm. In the immortal world, every increase in realm required an increase of 50,000 dragon marks. From the immortal sovereign realm to the god realm, every realm required 100,000 dragon marks. But at this moment, he received a piece of news. A monkey had wreaked havoc in the peerless divine treasury and was heavily injured in Mount Mithrayak. Are you sure it's a monkey? Chapter 21-27. Yes, it's a monkey. I think it's called 13. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded in the mountain range. Within a radius of 10 li, the mountain rocks crumbled, and a shocking rage soared to the sky. Speak, what's going on? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His heart was filled with anger and worry. I've also heard from others that there's a peerless divine trove 30,000 miles to the east. It's said that there are countless divine soul powerhouses at the divine monarch and hierarch level guarding the divine trove. Even a divine emperor's divine soul exists there. It's a land of death. Who dares to provoke a divine emperor divine soul? But that monkey went to that land of death. In the end, many people went there. A divine emperor-level treasure trove must be extremely rich. Now, many experts are flocking to Mount Mithrayak. It is said that this time, an earth-shattering battle is likely to break out. Moreover, there are countless human powerhouses going to Mount Mithrayak this time, and there are even innumerable divine soul powerhouses. It can be called a gathering of heroes. It's really rare. However, the level of danger was also extremely worrying. It's said that there are countless great forces that have been passed down for thousands of years in the divine tomb. They're formed by divine souls. They're divided into the north, south, east, west and central divine soul camps. Boss, should we join in the fun this time? Maybe we'll get some unexpected rewards. It's said that someone obtained a divine tool in Mount Mithrayak. Some people even saw a heavenly divine tool. The 9th grade immortal sovereign looked nervous as he looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, all of them wanted to go to Mount Mithrayak to find out what was going on. If they don't go and get a share of the loot, when would they be able to take action? If they could get 1 or 2 divine tools, they could do whatever they want in the divine world in the future. Go! Gather everyone and go to Mount Mithrayak. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with passion. Damn monkey! Nothing must happen to you. Jiang Chen was extremely worried. Long Shersan and De Huang were his sworn brothers. How could Jiang Chen not be worried when such a big thing happened and De Huang's whereabouts were unknown? So he gathered everyone and went to Mount Mithrayak. This time, nothing must happen to Long Shersan. In Jiang Chen's heart, no one was more important than De Huang and Long Shersan. They were his family. So at this moment, Jiang Chen was extremely worried. 30,000 miles was not far, but it was not near either. It would take at least a few days to reach there. However, Jiang Chen was burning with anxiety. At this moment, no one could understand what he was feeling. Currently, the Sword God Alliance was extremely powerful. There were more than 30 Void God experts and 1,300 9th grade immortal sovereigns. They were invincible in the entire eastern region. There was no divine soul force that dared to provoke Jiang Chen anymore. However, according to what the 9th grade immortal sovereign said, there might be another divine soul organization in the eastern region that had been hiding the deepest. It's just that they had not fought with them yet. Yexing Yunwang, Amo Kihan, Lu Dong, Jiang Xinxin, listen up. The few of you, bring the remaining people and head to Mount Mithrayak at full speed. I'll go first, the rest of you follow. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light. He flapped his dragon wings and flew away, disappearing into the horizon in a blink of an eye. Everyone, Head to Mount Mithraea at full speed. Our sword god alliance must not be left behind by others. Lu Dong roared and started to move forward at full speed. Mount Mithraea stretched for thousands of miles. The terrain was precipitous, towering into the clouds. The highest peak was more than 100,000 meters. It was majestic and dangerous, majestic and magnificent. The entire tomb of the god of sin was filled with dusky colors, but only Mount Mithraea was shrouded in clouds and mist, giving people a feeling of a paradise on earth, a paradise. Around Mount Mithraea, there were many immortal sovereigns and divine souls. However, at this moment, they did not have any conflicts as they had their own camps. The second highest peak of Mithraea Mountain, Tianzhu Peak. There were green mountains and black waters. A violent ape with an iron staff in his hand was staring at the surroundings with a solemn expression. His face was gloomy and cold. His face carried a touch of ruthlessness. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. Standing outside of Tianzhu Peak, he was like a stone pillar that could support the heaven and earth. One man guarding the pass, 10,000 people could not get through. Damn monkey. Do you really think that you're a deity that descended from the heavens? The peerless divine tomb is not something that you can monopolize alone. Do you really think that you're invincible in the world? Haha, the heroes of the world are gathered here. What qualifications do you have to monopolize Tianzhu Peak? You're too naive. Yeah, do you think that this is your home? Haha, damn monkey, your time of death is coming. When our Vice Alliance Lord arrives, you'll die without a burial ground. So what if you're strong? You've already been heavily injured by us. Overconfident thing, when our Alliance Lord occupies the entire Mount Mithraea, you'll have your soul scattered. Humph. Why are you still talking to him? One look and I can tell that he's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's join hands and kill this monster. It'll be a piece of cake. Many people were shouting at the bottom of Tianzhu Peak. However, no one dared to rush forward and fight with the monkey. Because the monkey had already killed 500 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns. Many divine souls of divine king realm had died under his iron staff. However, he was also heavily injured because of this. The group of heroes took turns to fight him, almost turning the monkey into a crippled body. The monkey held the iron staff in his hand. His expression was solemn and his eyes were fixed on the scene. No matter how many people attacked from all directions, he remained unmoved. Who else could this person be other than Long San? His might and domineeringness as he slaughtered his enemies had already shocked everyone. That was because his appearance was like an ancient war god that stood towering there. No one dared to take another step forward. Long San held the iron staff in his hand. He was unparalleled. Even though he was heavily injured, his battle strength was still unparalleled. No one dared to stand out and fight with him. Even void god experts had died in his hands. Ninth-grade immortal sovereigns, even if there were tens of thousands of them, did not dare to invade him. The people from various major forces and some cultivators who were waiting to reap the benefits were all waiting here. Heaven's Sound 12 peaks. There were a total of 12 entrances. On top of each peak, there was a divine temple that led to the divine treasury of Mount Mithraea. Some people had already entered, some came out with rewards, some died without a burial place, and some disappeared mysteriously. The main peak, Tianlan Peak, was the true peak. Many people chose to enter from the Tianlan Peak. However, not everyone could enter the divine treasury of Mount Mithraea. Moreover, the paths and divine treasures of each peak were different. In the Tianlan Peak, there were already many hierarch divine souls guarding the main peak. As for Tianzhu Peak, ever since Long San entered the divine temple, he did not continue to enter. Instead, he stood outside the divine temple, on the peak of the mountain, blocking the invaders from all directions. From everyone's point of view, he wanted to occupy all the divine treasures, and that's why he dominated the peak. As long as I am here, don't even think about stepping into Tianzhu Peak. Long San's expression was gloomy. Although he was heavily injured, he still did not allow anyone to step into Tianzhu Peak. Damn monkey, looks like you won't shed tears until you see your coffin. If you have the guts, come down from the mountain and fight me. I'll beat the shit out of you. That's right. Damn monkey, looking down from the top, occupying the most dangerous place. What kind of hero are you? You trash. When our Vice Lord comes, you'll definitely die. Ha ha ha, you're just waiting for your death. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. More and more people were cursing and ridiculing him. However, Long Shan did not budge at all. He stood on top of Tianzhu Peak, looking down on the crowd. This is the biggest joke in the world, saying that I'm not a hero? Ha ha ha, what a bunch of stupid and brainless pigs. You've surrounded me, but have you ever thought about the word hero? A bunch of cowards, a bunch of trash, who dares to fight me? Long Shan's voice was like a great bell, resounding throughout Tianzhu Peak. However, the tens of thousands of ninth-grade immortal sovereigns did not take any action, because they knew that the person who stood out would definitely be killed. Humans are selfish, especially at this moment. Who would be willing to die when they have the chance to enter the divine tomb after millions of years of cultivation? A mere ninth-grade immortal sovereign. All of you are not a match for him. You've really disappointed me. A cold and overbearing voice resounded throughout Tianzhu Peak. A silhouette arrived in the sky. His aura was monstrous. He stood in the sky, pointing at the mountains and rivers with a domineering aura. Vice-Lord, the Vice-Lord is here. Ha ha ha, we can finally get rid of this bastard. Damned monkey, your time of death has come. Yes, Vice-Lord, get rid of him. Get rid of a pest for the people. Deafening shouts resounded throughout the entire sky. The atmosphere was like a rainbow. Who are you? Tell me your name. I, Long Shan, will not kill a nameless person. Long Shan pointed his staff at the void and said with a faint smile, "You'll understand how stupid your words are when you're dead. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you who's the murderer. The Unparalleled Handsome Alliance, the Vice-Lord of the Unparalleled Handsome Alliance, Li Shui." Li Shui said proudly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, there was nothing more to say. Fight till the end, the winner is the hero. Unparalleled Handsome Alliance? Ha ha, this name sounds so stupid. Deputy Alliance Master? You've really broadened my horizons. However, it doesn't seem that easy for you to kill me. Long Shan held the iron staff in his hand tightly. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. What's there to talk about? If it wasn't for you, my people would have already entered Tianzhu Peak. Surrender now. Maybe I'll leave your corpse intact. Li Shui said faintly. I hate people who are more pretentious than me. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Full of nonsense, so noisy. Chapter 21-28. Long Shan's eyes were filled with an indomitable battle intent. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold and murderous smile. At this moment, he was the heavens. No one could force him to leave the Tianzhu Peak. Since you want to die so much, I can only fulfill your wish. Remember, you will die under the hands of the most handsome immortal emperor, Li Shui. Otherwise, don't die without knowing why you died in the underworld. Li Shui's eyes suddenly became solemn. He was ready to fight. Those who trespass into this peak shall be killed without mercy. Long Shan's imposing manner shook the world. If it wasn't for Li Shui's provocation, perhaps no one would step forward even if there were thousands of people in front of him. It was truly a case of one man holding the pass against thousands of enemies. This is the invincible Overlord's spear. Today, I will take your life and avenge the death of my ally. Li Shui harumphed coldly. His spear pierced through the void, piercing through the heavens and earth. He stood in the void and pointed at Long Shan. First revolution. 9 heavens move. Li Shui's spear art was unparalleled, piercing through the sky. In this dark divine tomb, a cold light appeared first. Then, the spear was like a dragon, roaring and shaking the heavens. His spear art shook the heavens and earth. He was truly invincible, especially now that he had broken through the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm and reached the early void god realm. Even if he were to encounter Jiang Chen again, he would definitely have the strength to fight him. Li Shui's spear art was quite powerful. Now it had reached a new level. His entire body was filled with flowing lights. The cold light of the spear was oppressive, wreaking havoc between the heavens and earth. Long Shan's pupils shrunk. Although he also had the strength of a void god, he could only be an ordinary early void god. Even he had to admit that this guy was too powerful. Although his name was a bit flashy, he had to admit that he was really terrifying. His spear was extremely sharp. Tens of thousands of mountains were shaken. Such a powerful spear. It's like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling. He's really a powerful expert in the heavens and earth. Yeah. I have never seen the Vice Lord fight with all his strength. I never expected him to be this terrifying. No wonder so many geniuses would bow down to him. It's really shocking. The Vice Alliance Master's might is overwhelming. I think this damned monkey has no chance of surviving. You want to occupy a mountain all by yourself? You must be dreaming. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Ha! His spear covered everyone's sharpness. We are all early void gods, but we are far from his level. Sigh. This person will definitely become a great person in the future, and there will definitely be a place for him in the god world. More and more people were filled with ridicule. Li Shuai's appearance had instantly turned the situation around. Even if Long Shersan's battle strength was monstrous and no one dared to face the invincible iron rod in his hand, Li Shuai was not afraid at all. Eat my staff. Long Shersan was stronger than his opponent. The two of them were fighting fiercely, exchanging blows with each other. Golden light flickered in the sky as the Overlord's spear and the metal cudgel clashed. Neither of them fell behind. Li Shuai strolled leisurely in the courtyard, calm and unruffled. On the other hand, Draconic Shersan was extremely solemn, but the anxiety in his eyes had also become more serious. Even Long Shersan was shocked. Although he was a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, he was only one step away from reaching the Void God realm. Moreover, he was born with unparalleled battle strength and a strong physique. He could even fight against 3 Void God experts at the same time. But now, it was a little difficult for him to fight against Li Shuai alone. After all, he had suffered a serious injury earlier. It was not easy for him to withstand Li Shuai's attack. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Looks like I will have to fight with you officially. You mean I will use 80% of my strength? Li Shuai smiled faintly, as if he had finally become serious. Usually, even Void God experts would find it hard to withstand his attack. The might of his spear was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. But in front of this damned monkey, his attack lost its effect. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually quite shocked in his heart. This guy must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he will become his greatest enemy in the future. Come and fight. There's no need to talk anymore. Ha ha. Wanton, comfortable, delightful. Long Shersan waved his iron rod and laughed wildly. Too many people had witnessed his strength. So even at this moment, he still carried a terrifying aura, and no one dared to go against him. Your death is here. Don't be so arrogant. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Li Shuai roared in anger. The spear light flew again, causing the void to tremble. The long spear was like a dragon, shaking the heavens and earth. Second revolution, sky-shattering myriad saints. This time, Long Shersan's pupils shrank. Even with his current strength, it was hard for him to withstand this attack. He quickly retreated and pointed his iron rod at the void. Long Shersan did not dare to attack at all, because this spear had already triggered the laws of the void, as if it was coming from all directions. The deafening aura was unstoppable. Such a terrifying spear art. Long Shersan murmured in his heart. Even he had to exert his full strength at this moment. Battle Saint technique. Long Shersan also used his trump card, but this attack still made him fall into a passive position. Because his injuries were too severe, and he could no longer withstand such a high-intensity battle. Even the Battle Saint technique couldn't launch a complete attack. It could only be suppressed by Li Shuai, unable to reverse the situation. Go down! Li Shuai pressed down with his spear. Long Shersan's body trembled, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, crashing onto a mountain rock, and fell down. Invincible! 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 Vice Lord is unparalleled. Invincible. Ha ha! Vice Lord is a peerless hero. Who dares to compete with him? Kill him. Avenge the deaths of thousands of immortal emperors. Draw the blood from his neck, and offer it to the heavens and earth. A tsunami-like voice reverberated in Tianzhu Peak. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Once this monkey dies, they would be able to enter Tianzhu Peak and get a share of all the treasures. Such a good thing. Who wouldn't be excited? I've said it before, you can't even withstand a single blow from me. You can only blame yourself for meeting me. So, at this moment, you can only choose death. Li Shuai's spear light pointed straight at Long Shersan. At this moment, Even Long Shersan himself felt a terrifying chill, and the aura of death. If I'm not injured, killing you will be as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Thief! Don't be so arrogant. I, Long Shersan, will never let you go even if I die. Long Shersan's face was filled with unwillingness. Indeed, if his battle strength was at its peak, why would he be afraid of the most handsome immortal emperor? However, there was no if in this world. Even if there was, it was already in the past. Accept your judgment. You have killed too many people. Your hands are stained with too much blood. It's time for you to go to Avicii hell. Li Shui Lung smiled. This was the last strike. He would not give this damned monkey any chance. Dang. Third revolution Forbidden Wind Wave. Master Monkey has an immortal body. You want to kill me? In your next life. Long Shersan's eyes were filled with madness. With his strength, if he wasn't severely injured, killing Li Shui would be a piece of cake. Even at this moment, Long Shersan didn't show any signs of fear. He had the life symbol art, which was equivalent to an immortal body. Long Shersan went crazy. His fiery golden eyes shone brightly as he prepared for a life-and-death battle with Li Shui. Who dares to touch the brother of I, Jiang Chen? At this moment, a loud shout came from the sky. A true dragon sword shone with golden light and pierced in front of Long Shersan, blocking Li Shui's third revolution overlord spear. When the sword fell, the wind blew, and the momentum reached the sky. Haha. Chapter 21-29. Little Chenzi, you're finally here. If you don't come, you're going to cry at my funeral. Long Shersan said loudly. He knew that this guy always liked to show up at the most crucial moment. Long Shersan did not have any relatives in his life. Apart from his wife, Lan Lingji, he only had a group of brothers. At this moment, in this divine tomb, he only had his brothers. Jiang Chen's appearance was no different from sending charcoal in a snowy day. Moreover, it was a moment of life and death. If Jiang Chen was a second late, he would be doomed to die here. Long Shersan's heart was incomparably tangled and struggling. He didn't have to wait for death here, but he had no other choice. He must protect this place and stop anyone who dared to rush up to Tianzhu Peak. This was his mission and the meaning of his existence. Even if it was a narrow escape, Long Shersan did not take a step back. He did not have the slightest bit of fear in the face of 100,000 divine soldiers. Even if he was going to die, he must die here. He thought that he would never see this brat again. Not long ago, he and Jiang Chen had advanced and retreated together, fought together and faced life and death together. At this moment, he was facing the threat of death. His death was resolved by Jiang Chen's sword, the heavenly dragon sword, Jiang Chen's peerless divine sword. The sword shocked the world and swept away everything in its path. Long Shersan's eyes flickered with a trace of imperceptible helplessness. Even if he was talented and had unparalleled combat strength, he was still defeated in the face of 100,000 divine soldiers and peerless experts. Although Long Shersan's heart was filled with hatred, there was no way he could give up the rest of his life. The appearance of Jiang Chen had rekindled Long Shersan's hope. His face became incomparably excited. At this moment, his heart was filled with hot blood and battle intent. What a terrifying guy! To be able to block the overlord spear of the deputy lord with just a sword. This is really impressive. Not bad. This guy shouldn't be a nobody. Otherwise, how could he be so terrifying? The moment an expert makes a move, you will know whether he is an expert or not. Looks like this guy is here to save this damned monkey. That's right, but I believe that the Vice Alliance Master will definitely be able to show disdain for everyone. Ha ha ha. An early Void God Realm Vice Leader can definitely look down on everyone. Someone laughed wildly and cheered for Li Shui. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and soared with his dragon wings. In a moment, he arrived, and a domineering and murderous aura flickered between his brows. Damned monkey. How have you been? I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state, haha. Little Chenzi, if you don't kill this guy today, don't tell others that I know you. Long Shersan said angrily with tears in his eyes. Thousands of words converged into one sentence, and that was a mocking scolding. Between brothers, just a look was enough. Jiang Chen didn't say much because it wasn't the time to be sentimental. It's you. Li Shui squinted his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. So what if it's me? You, a loser, ran away after losing. I thought you were already dead. Humph, Jiang Chen said in disdain. Loser? Jiang Chen's words set off a huge wave. The entire Tianzhu Peak was in an uproar. Could this guy have fought with the Vice Alliance Master and even defeated him? How could this be possible? Li Shuai's facial expression was rather ugly, but it was an indisputable fact. If he had escaped in time, he would have been killed by Jiang Chen. Today, he wouldn't be standing here as the vice leader of the unparalleled Handsome Alliance. Li Shuai's face turned pale. Fuck. Kid, you're not bad. This guy was defeated by you. Long Shersan let out a weird cry, which made Li Shuai's expression turn even uglier. Since there were so many people below Tianzhu Peak looking at him, how could he feel good after being called a loser by Long Shersan? Little brat, don't be so arrogant. Even if you've defeated me before, it was only in the past. Now that I've broken through to the Void God realm, what qualifications do you have to fight with me? Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Li Shuai said proudly. However, the people below Tianzhu Peak were still anxious. To think that the Vice Alliance Master was defeated by this guy. It seems like it's a battle between geniuses. Yeah, but the Vice Alliance Master is right. That was in the past. It won't be the same today. Since the Vice Alliance Master is already a Void God expert. That guy is just a 9th grade immortal sovereign. Ha ha ha, that's right. The Vice Alliance Master is unparalleled. The Vice Alliance Master is invincible. Deafening voices were heard from below Tianzhu Peak. Li Shuai was still the one that everyone was looking for. Little Chenzi, don't disappoint me. But you have to be careful too. This guy is quite strong. Long Shersan said sternly. Jokes were just jokes. However, he would never stand by and watch a real life and death battle. Don't worry. He's already been defeated once. No matter how strong he is, he's still trash. Jiang Chen's words were extremely arrogant, causing everyone to feel discontented. However, only by defeating him would they have the qualifications to say such words. Looks like you've really thought too highly of yourself. I'm already a Void God now. What do you have to fight with me? I'll take back the humiliation I suffered that day bit by bit. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to walk into hell. Even if you didn't appear, I'll still look for you. Otherwise, there will always be a knot in my heart on my path to the top. Your appearance today has saved me a lot of trouble. Li Shuai said calmly, but his eyes were extremely stern. After experiencing a defeat, he understood himself better and respected his opponents more, especially Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had once defeated him as an 8th grade immortal sovereign. Now that he's already a 9th grade immortal sovereign, he had to be extra careful. Li Shuai was very confident. After all, he had already reached the Void God realm. A Void God and a 9th grade immortal sovereign were two completely different concepts. That's why he was so confident. You've already lost once. Why are you still pretending to be strong? Even if I'm at my peak, I can still beat you to a pulp. You still want to fight with little Chenzi? I have to say that you're very strong. It's a pity that you've met little Chenzi. You're just unlucky. If little Chenzi can defeat you once, he can defeat you twice and thrice. Long Shersan's sarcastic attitude made Li Shuai's face flushed with anger. Do it. You only have one chance. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Jiang Chen said coldly. This time, he would not give Li Shuai a chance to escape. Li Shuai must pay the price for wanting to kill his brother. How can I not fulfill your wish since you're so eager to die? I was lucky enough to escape from the battle in the past, but you'll definitely die today. The one who was lucky enough to escape is you. Looks like you're really stubborn. Do you still think that you're an immortal sovereign of the myriad worlds? There's no lack of geniuses in this world. But what's lacking are geniuses with brains. Killing a retard like you is as easy as killing a chicken. Chapter 2130. Good. Look at my invincible overlord spear. This time, I will make sure that you won't be able to return. Li Shuai roared and his voice shook the sky. Everyone in the surroundings could not help but look at him. They could see that Li Shuai was completely infuriated by Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Both of them had a deep grudge against each other. Now, they had completely released their grudges and a battle was about to break out. The anger in Li Shuai's heart soared to the heavens. He wielded his spear and went straight towards Jiang Chen. The Overlord's spear was indeed a peerless divine weapon. It was not any weaker than the violet golden spear. It carried a terrifying aura between the heavens and earth and fell from the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen held his sword and attacked. The heavenly dragon sword was a weapon that had won 100 battles. The two of them clashed again and it was destined to be another terrifying battle. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked extremely terrifying. He had a pair of dragon wings on his back and stepped on the void. His sword light shone through the 14 prefectures, dominating the world. The cold light pierced through the void. The battle between the two of them caused the surrounding rocks to roll down. Dark clouds filled the air and stirred the atmosphere in the void. The dark clouds in the divine tomb seemed to be wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Jiang Chen deduced with the great divination art. Li Shuai's overlord spear had nowhere to hide. Even though he had broken through to the void god realm, he did not have any advantage when facing Jiang Chen. 8 revolution million spear devastating strike. Li Shuai roared like thunder. The spear surged and pierced through the void. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He was calm and composed. He wielded the heavenly dragon sword and the azure dragon's 5 steps. Each of his steps shocked the heavens. First step, trample through mountains and rivers. Each of Jiang Chen's steps was filled with terrifying aura. The surrounding heavens and earth seemed to be sealed. Second step, soaring spirit. The third step, shattering the universe. With just 3 steps, Li Shuai had been completely suppressed by Jiang Chen to the point that he couldn't retaliate at all. However, Jiang Chen had already used the great divination art to create Li Shuai's 8th revolution overlord spear. Therefore, he didn't have any hesitation and easily dodged it. At the moment when the 10,000 spears appeared, the heavens and earth trembled. A mountain was suddenly shattered by Li Shuai's 10,000 spears. Its power was unstoppable. What a terrifying spear technique! The Vice Alliance Master is unparalleled in the world. Yeah, such a terrifying spear art. Even a void god would not dare to face it head-on. The Vice Alliance Master's battle prowess is vast and unstoppable. He is destined to sweep away these 2 ignorant fools. That's right. Let's cheer for the Vice Guild Master. Although Li Shuai's 10,000 devastating spears looked cool, it couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen. Because Jiang Chen had already seen through everything. No matter how strong the 10,000 devastating spears was, it was just a facade to him. On the contrary, Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps had the power to shatter the heavens and earth. Li Shuai couldn't withstand it at all. This guy's strength is too abnormal. He's already so powerful after breaking through to the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm. What would happen if he breaks through to the void god realm? Li Shuai thought quickly. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to be careless. If he was careless, he would be in a disadvantageous position. Come on. You're really impressive. However, my 9 revolutions overlord spear is not just for show. I don't believe that you can dodge my 9th spear. 9 revolutions heaven and earth great shift, Li Shuai said proudly. Without any hesitation, he launched another attack. This time, it was even more unstoppable. 9 revolutions heaven and earth great shift. Even a mid-void god expert would have to avoid this attack. At this moment, the people at the foot of the mountain were dumbfounded. Such a powerful aura had caused them to shiver in fear, not daring to fight against it. Even many void god experts felt that they were too far behind to catch up to it. Who could withstand such an attack? Even among the current human experts, there might not be a handful of people who could withstand it. 4th step, roaming the great void. Jiang Chen strolled leisurely without any pressure. Even when facing the terrifying 9 revolutions heaven and earth great shift, he still gave people a relaxed feeling. Long Shan squinted his eyes. He knew that Jiang Chen must be confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. This guy has a lot of trump cards. It's impossible for him to be defeated so easily. In his eyes, there's no difference even if it's a void god expert. Little Chenzi, you have to be careful. This guy is not easy to deal with. Long Shan laughed and said. Although it was a kind reminder, it sounded like he was mocking Li Shuai. Kill him. Li Shuai's spear moved horizontally and horizontally. The 9 revolutions heaven and earth great shift instantly crushed the void. Jiang Chen had already taken 4 steps forward. 5th step. The heavens and earth mourn. This time, Jiang Chen did not dodge at all. He was confident that under the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, even Li Shuai's heaven and earth great shift would not stand a chance. Sure enough, when Jiang Chen's 5th step landed, the heavens and earth seemed to be crying and trembling. The seemingly light step pierced through the void and contained the strength of the law. In an instant, Li Shuai's overlord spear was crushed by Jiang Chen's domineering aura. Li Shuai staggered backwards and his face was as gloomy as water. Li Shuai's overlord spear was crushed by Jiang Chen's domineering aura. How is this possible? Our vice lord lost? Someone couldn't help but gasp and said, he lost. Even our vice lord's peerless divine weapon, the overlord spear, was destroyed. This guy is really powerful. Oh my god. Is he still a 9th grade immortal sovereign? Even Void God Realm experts are no match for it. It's too terrifying. Li Shuai was defeated once again. Moreover, he was defeated by the same person. Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps was unparalleled in the world. No one could resist it. The 100,000 divine soldiers at the foot of the mountain could not help but shake their heads and sigh. Unstoppable, unstoppable. I've said it before. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you again. Unfortunately, there won't be a 3rd time because you must die. Jiang Chen said faintly. At this moment, he had already sentenced Li Shuai's death. This guy should have died. This time, he almost put his brother in danger. How could Jiang Chen let him live? It's not that easy to kill me. Humph. Transforming the body into a spear, creating the heavens and earth. If you can block this attack, then even if I die, I can rest in peace. Li Shuai said in a deep voice. Instantly, his body shone brightly. His whole body seemed to be incomparably holy. He put his palms together and pointed at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Li Shuai turned into a golden spear, piercing through the void, flying horizontally and vertically. The surrounding temperature became extremely high at this moment. The piercing sound of the golden spear piercing through the void was deafening. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. He summoned all 5 types of flames at this moment. Chapter 21:31. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Come on! Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. 5 types of flames instantly formed a seal. The whole void was scorching and crackling. Everyone retreated backwards. The raging flames that blotted out the sky were all ultimate flames. Each of them was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and earth. However, Jiang Chen had 5 types of flames in his hand. How could this not be shocking? Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox, what a terrifying guy. However, my one with the spear will definitely give you a big shock. Li Shuai harumphed coldly. His golden spear will not fall charged towards the sky. The flames in Jiang Chen's hand were like torches. The seal was formed and struck out. The might of the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal had also reached its peak. The void was like a collision between 2 planets, instantly exploding. Li Shuai's man and spear unite. The golden spear will not fall was also repelled by the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Flames fell from the sky and shattered the mountains, forcing countless 9th grade immortal sovereigns to retreat quickly. Otherwise they would be implicated. Even so, the terror of the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal was still not to be underestimated. The flames swallowed Li Shuai in an instant. His entire body was wrapped within the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal, making him look quite miserable. Li Shuai's roar shook the sky. It was heart-wrenching and lung-splitting. The blazing flames were not something to be trifled with. At this moment, he finally knew how powerful the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal was. Li Shuai's human spear will not fall was completely suppressed by the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. He was also burned by the 5 types of flames and almost turned into ashes. Li Shuai ran away in a miserable state. His body was severely injured. His whole body was burnt beyond recognition. It was as if he had just escaped from a fire. More importantly, the flames in his heart were burning him. It caused him to be severely injured and his life was at stake. The vice leader has really lost. Sigh. This guy is simply a monster. Yeah. Looks like our unparalleled handsome alliance has offended a great enemy. So what? If our alliance leader was here, How could he be beaten so miserably by this guy? That may be the case, but the situation is stronger than the person. In the end we still lost. Countless people retreated 100 li away because the entire Tianzhu peak had completely exploded because of the flames of the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Even so, there were still hundreds of 9th-grade immortal sovereigns who were completely burned to death by the flames of the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Not even their bones were left behind, and they would forever remain in Tianzhu Peak. Your end has come. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at Li Shuai. He didn't have the habit of sparing his enemies. Only death would prevent them from becoming a threat to him. Jiang Chen naturally wasn't afraid of Li Shuai. But in the future, if Li Shuai were to become a threat to his friends and family, Jiang Chen would be in eternal pain. Therefore, Jiang Chen liked to nip danger in the bud. So what if they were geniuses? There was no lack of geniuses in this world, and there were even more people who died young. If one could not stand at the peak and become the strongest, what was the use of having outstanding talent? Oh my God, he actually wants to kill the vice leader. Someone exclaimed. Jiang Chen's murderous intent had completely enveloped Li Shuai. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox, don't kill me, don't kill me. Li Shuai was extremely terrified because his escape route had been completely blocked by Jiang Chen. So there was no chance for him to escape. Even if there were 100,000 divine soldiers behind him, no one would dare to save him and fight against Jiang Chen at this moment. In this battle, Jiang Chen had already swept away everyone. No one dared to offend him. You'll definitely die. Jiang Chen swung his sword down. But at this moment, a blue sword shadow broke through the air and struck down Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen frowned. This guy was quite strong. Who was this guy? If you want to kill me, you'll have to go through me first. A white robe, long hair fluttering in the wind, a feather fan and a sword in his hand, looking down at all directions. A pair of blue eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. A terrifying killing intent filled the air. The white-robed man turned around and stood straight. His fair skin was more enviable than a woman's. His facial features were exquisite and dazzling. His every movement was majestic and magnificent. One word. Handsome. 2 words. Very handsome. 2 words. Super handsome. The white-robed man looked at Jiang Chen and said faintly, "You can't kill my people." Really? Unparalleled handsomeness. You should be the leader of unparalleled handsomeness, right? Unfortunately, if I want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. This person was indeed very, very handsome. In fact, he was even more handsome than Big Yellow when he first saw him. He was simply too handsome. Is that the old lady of unparalleled handsomeness? He's too handsome. Yeah, I've never seen such a handsome person. It seems that strength is not important anymore, as long as he's handsome. You bunch of love-struck fools. What's so good about a handsome man? It's better if he's as rough as me. A muscular man with black hair all over his body said proudly. Go to hell, you bearded dinosaur. How can you be compared to the chief of Unparalleled Handsomeness Alliance? You're too shameless. Someone couldn't help but snort. It was undeniable that the chief of Unparalleled Handsomeness Alliance was too handsome. No one could find any flaw in him. Looking at him, strength became secondary. In short, he was very handsome. Handsome boss, save me. Li Shuai said as he cried. At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor and bearing of an expert. He was like a crying child. In the face of death, he had no backbone. Life and death had become the only thing in his heart that he persevered on. Moling Dongchen, unparalleled handsomeness. You really live up to your name. I've heard about the chief of Unparalleled Handsomeness Alliance. Seeing you today, you really live up to your name. If you were a beauty, I'm afraid even I would be attracted to you. Dragon Shursan chuckled. However, Moling Dongchen's face was calm. He glanced at Li Shuai with a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. Hand him over and get out of Tianzhu Peak. I can choose to let bygones be bygones. Moling Dongchen said calmly. Even his voice was so pleasant to listen to. Unfortunately, he was born as a man. Such a man was destined to stir up the universe and bring disaster to the country. Jiang Chen stared at Moling Dongchen. Both of them stared at each other. Neither of them intended to take a step back. No one can order me around. Even the heavens are no exception. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly curved up. The heavenly dragon sword was unleashed. The void trembled wherever the sword pointed. Li Shuai had nowhere to run. He could only stare at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He died on the spot. You! How dare you disobey me? Moling Dongchen said faintly. However, everyone knew that the current Moling Dongchen was exuding a cold aura. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. So what? He almost killed my brother. It's only right for me to kill him. Jiang Chen took a step forward without fear. He didn't give any face to Moling Dongchen's questioning. Chapter 21:32. Jiang Chen and Moling Dongchen's aura was like a rainbow. At this moment, although the two of them did not move, their aura alone had already made countless people flinch. After a while, Moling Dongchen's expression became extremely solemn. He looked at Jiang Chen and said with a faint smile, "You're really a genius that makes people jealous. However, I have to fight with you. So many people from the Unparalleled Handsome Alliance are looking at me. I can't give them an explanation. It's not a big deal if a trash dies. However, the Unparalleled Handsome Alliance will not bow down to anyone. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'll accompany you till the end." Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. He was extremely carefree. This Moling Dongchen was not a petty person who would steal from others. It was a good thing to have a fair and square battle with him. "Are you purposely going against me? Killing my men? It seems like you really have guts." Moling Dongchen smiled. His expression became colder as if everything in his eyes was covered with frost. The Unparalleled Handsome Alliance was a well-deserved reputation. However, he was also famous for his coldness. "I've said it before. I'll kill those who kill my brothers. This is a matter of course. If you stop me, I'll still kill you," Jiang Chen said confidently. Although his opponent was strong, he could feel it. However, this battle was unavoidable. Long Shan was touched. Jiang Chen had completely become his shield. Jiang Chen's appearance not only saved him but also brought him into the limelight. What more could he ask for from such a brother? "If you can take one move from me, I'll forget about today's matter," Moling Dongchen said faintly. In fact, he just wanted to test Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was really weak, then it would not be a big deal to kill him. However, if Jiang Chen was really powerful, then it would not be a wise choice to fight him head-on. After all, the entire Mount Mithraea was overcrowded. More and more experts had arrived. Perhaps, there would be an earth-shattering battle soon. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't want to continue fighting with this guy. After all, the person he wanted to kill was Marshal Li, and the person he wanted to save was Long Shan. Since he had already done it, why should he do anything more? Moreover, Long Shan must have something that he couldn't say at this time. Otherwise, with his personality, how could he be so foolish as to guard this place and rather die than give up? This fellow was not a simple-minded person. There was definitely something strange about this place that could make him act like this. Now that Long Shan was injured, if he were to have a life-and-death battle with Moling Dongchen, both of them would be in a weakened state. Then the ending would not be so pretty. "Good, you have guts," Moling Dongchen said faintly and praised him. However, the movement of his hands did not slow down at all. Both of his hands stirred up the wind and clouds. His strength was so strong that it seemed to be able to move mountains. The surrounding heaven and earth seemed to have solidified. Dark clouds filled the air and the wind sounded bleak, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. A low roar was heard. The entire Tianzhu peak seemed to be trembling. Jiang Chen's mouth slightly curved up. The great divination art had completely evolved his attack. Jiang Chen had already seen the momentum of the toppling the mountains and overturning the seas clearly. Jiang Chen did not retreat at all. He was fearless in the face of danger. He swung his blade horizontally and unleashed the Slaughter Dragon seal. A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. The attacks of both of them intertwined with each other. Moling Dongchen's toppling the mountains and overturning the seas was found by Jiang Chen, which was the simplest and also the weakest point. Using the Slaughter Dragon seal, Jiang Chen blocked Moling Dongchen's attack effortlessly. The sky was lonely and the dust had settled. The entire Tianzhu peak fell into silence. Not bad. Interesting. Today's matter is written off, Moling Dongchen said with a faint smile, as if he did not care about Li Shuai's death at all. Such a powerful attack. Both of them had pushed their strength to the limit. But in the end, they could return to nothingness so easily. It's really watertight. Such power is not any weaker than the Alliance Master. No wonder both of them are unwilling to continue the fight. If they really continue the fight, both of them will suffer great losses. That's right. But in fact, the Alliance Master has already lost. He just did not continue the fight to save his face. The Alliance Master's strength is at the Void God realm while that monstrous genius is only at the 9th grade Immortal Sovereign realm. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Yeah, we have forgotten about this. We shouldn't have done that. This guy is too heaven-defying. Although this battle was not as earth-shattering as they had imagined, it was still exciting. Both of them only used one move to turn the awkward situation into friendship. Moreover, Moling Dongchen might not be able to gain any advantage if he continued the fight with Jiang Chen. This was something that Moling Dongchen understood very well. Thanks for letting me win. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Jiang Chen took a glance at the 100,000 immortal sovereigns below the Tianzhu Peak and followed Longsher San into the Tianzhu Peak. Boss, we have been guarding the Tianzhu Peak for many days. If we don't go in, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get anything. Yeah, boss. Among the 12 peaks of Tian'in, only the Tianzhu Peak has not been entered yet. Even the Tianlan Peak has been entered. This guy obviously wants to be the champion. He wants to take all the treasures for himself. These two are too greedy. That's a divine treasure of God Emperor level. The treasures inside are definitely beyond our imagination. Boss, don't hesitate anymore. More and more people began to instigate Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen was very clear that there must be a very tempting divine treasure on the Tianzhu Peak. Otherwise, why would these two people guard this place at all costs? You bastard! Where have you been for such a long time? It's so hard for me to find you. Longsher San punched Jiang Chen and scolded jokingly. This divine tomb is really strange. If you can walk, leave this place as soon as possible and enter the divine world. I always feel that there's some kind of power here that we can't fight against. Those terrifying divine souls are definitely not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen shook his head and said solemnly, You're right. But now I can't leave this place yet. Longsher San said in a deep voice. Why? What are you thinking? Even if you're powerful, it's impossible for you to fight against so many people. Why do you want to guard this Tianzhu Peak? Jiang Chen knew that Longsher San would not do useless things. He must have his own difficulties. Longsher San looked solemn and did not say anything. Come with me first. Dragon San brought Jiang Chen to the front of a divine temple. The divine temple was about 10 zhang high, as if it was embedded in the mountain. Although it was already in ruins, it was still filled with a majestic and overbearing aura. The whole divine temple was covered with spiderwebs and the red paint had fallen off. Even the door had become dilapidated and covered with dust. Even the plaque at the front of the divine temple was drooping. What is this place? Chapter 21:33. In front of the temple, in the center, there was a white jade statue. It was more than 7 zhang tall, and there was a person holding a primordial golden cudgel in his hand. He was in high spirits, stepping on the void, surrounded by clouds and mist. His battle intent was high, and his cudgel was pointed at the sky. Especially his eyes, although they were made of white jade, their charm and domineering aura were unparalleled, looking down on the 9 heavens. Even Jiang Chen could feel a great pressure coming from it. Most importantly, this white jade statue looked very similar to Longsher San. Can you feel it? I seem to have a deep relationship with him. Ever since I came here, I felt that I must protect him, protect this temple. I don't know when he appeared here, and I don't know when he will disappear. But as long as he is here, I will protect this place. He is like a family member to me. I feel that since I came to this world, everything is destined. This place is like my shore. If I leave, this temple will definitely be destroyed. The passage to Tianzhu Peak is behind this statue. It's a bit magical. This statue does look like you. But to be honest, do you think you have anything to do with this place? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice. At this moment, he did not dare to make any wild guesses. This divine statue was definitely not a nameless figure when it was still alive. It was definitely a powerful figure. Being able to become a divine statue here meant that it was not a simple person. Even the protectors of this place were all hierarch experts. However, there were no protectors of this Tianzhu peak. Although there is no guardian here, I am the guardian of this place. Even if I die, I will protect this place, as if this is my home. I have a mission to protect it. Longsha-san murmured with tears in his eyes. I don't know why, but I feel very sad. Little Chenzi, I have never felt this way before. If he is really my family, then where do I come from? My father and mother, who are they? Jiang Chen could understand Long Shersan's feelings at this moment. Because in his heart, he was like a natural stone monkey. But did he really have no parents? He felt that it was impossible for him to be born from the heavens. Everyone has parents, and no one is an exception. The white jade statue in front of Long Shersan was like his faith. Once the white jade statue fell, his faith in the pursuit of his parents and loved ones would also fall. Look, there are words on the white jade statue. Jiang Chen frowned and said in a deep voice. The north wind blows, and the snow swirls in the air. The heavens can shed their tears first. At the jade pool gathering, they were drunk. The mandarin ducks of the past flew separately. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. Sat, sat, sat. With a red sleeve, there was no way to separate from sorrow, and the wind was bleak and desolate. Every inch of the liver and intestines is broken. The blue clouds rise one after another, soaring to the sky. Even if I die 9 times, I will not regret. Long Shersan gently stroked the words on the white jade statue and murmured. At this moment, 2 drops of tears actually fell from the eyes of the white jade statue. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. These were the tears that fell from the white jade statue. Although Long Shersan didn't notice it, he saw it clearly. This white jade statue was really too mystical. Monkey, monkey, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. However, Long Shersan seemed to be in a daze. The temple was about to collapse, but he was still standing there motionlessly. Jiang Chen wanted to pull Long Shersan, but Long Shersan was as still as a mountain. When he touched the white jade statue, it started to crack inch by inch. Fingers, arms and finally, even the head of the white jade statue fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. At this moment, a golden rod appeared from the body of the white jade statue. Long Shersan's iron rod was instantly sucked into the golden rod. It was dazzling and colorful. Finally, the entire temple stopped shaking. The light was dazzling. Unparalleled divine rod. Wishful needle. Golden light bloomed and 8 huge words suddenly rose into the air before dissipating in the void. Long Shersan reached out his hand and the unparalleled divine rod was kept in his hand. The shadow of the rod overlapped and the might of the rod was mighty and unstoppable. The injuries on Long Shersan's body seemed to be covered by the golden light. His injuries instantly healed and his aura continued to rise. This is indeed a great fortune, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He knew that the unparalleled divine rod's might was unstoppable. It was comparable to a divine tool. Even the heavenly dragon sword seemed to be inferior to it. This was Long Shersan's fortune or fate. This statue must be closely related to him. It was just that they did not know about it. Moreover, Long Shersan's iron rod had fused with the divine rod in the statue. This meant that there was a great connection between the two. Long Shersan's body was also extremely clear. His strength continued to rise and finally stopped at the peak of early void god realm. Long Shersan slowly opened his eyes. The white jade statue in front of him had already turned into powder. The unparalleled divine rod in his hand was also extremely overbearing. The light was dimmed but the might could not be concealed. At this moment, Long Shersan was like an immemorial war god. His gaze became extremely sharp and overbearing. Everything has ended. Long Shersan slowly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times in front of the white jade statue. He is my father. He is dead. But his divine soul did not perish and did not enter the divine tomb. In the end, his soul was destroyed by that person. This white jade statue is the last trace of his soul seed. Long Shersan's voice was a little hoarse. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen could feel that this fella seemed to know a lot of things. What did my father do wrong? Why did you kill him? Long Shersan's roar was like thunder, deafening. At this moment, the entire divine temple finally calmed down. Little Chunzi, did I lose my composure? Long San kept the unparalleled divine rod and murmured with a bitter smile. Who are they? Jiang Chen asked. The enemies who killed my father. One day, I will kill them again. Jiang Chen wanted to ask more, but Long San only said so much. He knew that Long San was trying to protect him. There were some things that Long San wanted to bear by himself. He did not want to implicate Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's current strength wasn't strong enough, in the future, Jiang Chen's grudge would be his grudge. The grudge of his father's death was absolutely irreconcilable. One day, he would stand beside Jiang Chen and fight alongside him. Jiang Chen heavily patted on Long San's shoulder. Long San also smiled, as if he had returned to being the unparalleled monkey who laughed and scolded angrily. I'm afraid that the divine treasury of Tianzhu Peak is not simple. Now that the divine temple has been destroyed and my father's statue has been destroyed, it's time for us to go to the divine treasury. Chapter 21:34. I can feel that there's a powerful force in this divine treasure. Although it's not outside of the temple, once we enter the depths of Tianzhu Peak, the guardian of the divine treasure might come out. Long San said in a low voice. Seems like we still need some pawns. Jiang Chen smiled knowingly. The two of them naturally knew what was going on. There were protectors in the 12 peaks of Tianyin, but there were no protectors here. How was that possible? Perhaps it was because of the existence of the white jade statue that made the protectors hide. Alliance leader Dong Chen, I, Xueqi, am here. Ha! A 9-feet-tall strong man holding a blood-red battle axe came from the sky. His hearty laughter could be heard from 10 miles away. Overlord Alliance? Your noses are really sharp. Could it be that you can't enter the Tianlan Peak? Moling Dongchen said faintly and glanced at Xueqi, who was holding the battle axe. Ha ha ha. Alliance leader Dong Chen must be joking. There are experts from our Overlord Alliance guarding the Tianlan Peak. However, only the Tianlan Peak and Tianzhu Peak can enter the core area of the divine treasure. It was said that there was a damned monkey that had been guarding this place with his life. Therefore, I also wanted to see what kind of monster it was that dared to guard this natural stronghold alone and block millions of lions. I want to meet him. Xueqi laughed. Why isn't your little Overlord Alliance leader here? Could it be that he has entered the Tianlan Peak? Moling Dongchen squinted his eyes and said, the strength of the Overlord Alliance leader is not something that we can fathom. He has already entered the divine treasure. However, those who are not strong enough might not be so lucky. So, I'm here to try my luck. Xueqi words were obviously filled with sarcasm. The Tianzhu Peak is very simple. There's no protector here, only a dead monkey. You can try. Moling Dongchen smiled proudly and caressed his feather fan. Every frown and smile of his was more charming and handsome than a woman. Really? Alliance leader Dong Chen, please don't lie to me. Xueqi was also very cautious. Even the leader of the Unparalleled Handsomeness Alliance was only defending and not advancing. How could he be the one to stand out? There was bound to be an ambush. I, Zhanling Yun, have also come to join in the fun. The two of you sure are elegant. Could it be that there's someone who doesn't know his place in the Tianzhu Peak who dares to block the path of the two Alliance Masters? A young man in silver armor said proudly. He held a halberd in his hand and looked extremely domineering. Since Brother Zhan is here, why don't we charge into the Tianzhu Peak together? Let's see who dares to stop us. What do you think? Xueqi eyes lit up. At this moment, he could form an alliance with Zhanling Yun to investigate. What kind of person was Zhanling Yun? He naturally saw through Xueqi's intentions with one look. Very well. I want to see who dares to fight me. Ha! Zhanling Yun and Xueqi joined hands, stepping on the void, their auras unparalleled. Finally, someone has taken action. Now, we can finally enter the Tianzhu Peak. Moling Dongchen said with a smile. There was a gleam in his eyes. Since both of you have such fighting intent, how can I not accompany you? Moling Dongchen's participation had made the two of them more confident. After all, they were the ones who came later. Moling Dongchen was the one who understood the situation here better than the others. With the help of Alliance leader Dongchen, it'll be a piece of cake. Ha ha! Quick! Zhanling Yun and the others were naturally happy to help. After all, Only by knowing one's own strength and one's enemy could one win 100 battles. If they did not know the opponent's means, then they would definitely be weaker in the battle. Even Moling Dongchen did not take action directly. One could imagine that the damn monkey that was guarding the Tianju Peak was definitely not someone that was easy to deal with. Damn monkey, quickly come out and accept your death. Otherwise, I, your grandfather, will flatten the Tianju Peak. Xiong Beishan's voice was powerful and shook the heavens and earth. Many of the 9th grade immortal sovereigns covered their ears. This guy was a human-shaped weapon. He held a battle axe in his hand, blood-red, and his killing intent was shocking. You came at the right time. It seems like our luck is not bad. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You or me? Long Shersan laughed. Let's do it together. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Moling Dongchen will suspect us. We only need to use 30% of our strength. I know. I'm not stupid. Long Shersan carried the iron staff and followed Jiang Chen out of the Tianju Peak. This mountain is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. If you want to cross this road, leave your grandmother behind. Long Shersan said with a proud face. Damn monkey. Looks like you won't give up until you see your coffin. Then I, your grandfather, will try the iron staff in your hand. Xiong Beishan's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, his aura rose and pointed at Long Shersan. All right. Let me see what you've got. Dragon Shersan held the unparalleled divine staff in his hand, sweeping in all directions. His qi was strong, but when he thought of Jiang Chen's words just now, he knew that he couldn't go all out. He had to pretend that he had lost to Jiang Chen and create a path for them. Long Shersan's staff was terrifying and unstoppable. Xiong Batian was also quite powerful. His early void god strength was also one of the best. However, Long Shersan only used 30% of his strength. Xiong Batian was only able to suppress him by 10%. Good. Ha ha. Xiong Batian roared and swung his blood-colored battle axe. However, it was a pity that Shersan didn't use his full strength. He purposely let himself be knocked back 800 meters, making him look like he was in a sorry state. You're just a monkey. What's there to be afraid of? You're still defeated by me. I'll fight you, Jiang Chen said faintly. Your opponent is me. Zhan Lingyun smiled. Count me in. Moling Dongchen also came forward. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword and fought against the two of them alone. Both of them were extremely powerful. Jiang Chen only managed to block a dozen of their attacks before he retreated. His face was flushed. Obviously, he was not a match for the two of them. You're not being fair. Bullying the few with numbers. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Bullying the few with numbers? Ha! Even without alliance leader Dong Chen, you're still not a match for me. Zhan Lingyun said proudly and snorted at Jiang Chen. We brothers know that we're not a match for you. We'll retreat for today's matter. I hope you won't be so ruthless. Otherwise, it won't be a good thing for you. If my brother and I fight to the death with you, I think at least one of us will be heavily injured. This shouldn't be what you want to see, right? Jiang Chen said with a gloomy face. He looked very aggrieved. But at this moment, they were under the eaves. Their skills were not as good as theirs, so they could only retreat. The three of them looked at each other with a dignified expression. They were very clear that the two of them were not weak. Once a life and death battle broke out, even if they managed to kill one of them, they would definitely be severely injured. Who would be the one to stop them? Who would be willing to sacrifice at this moment? What a joke. None of them were willing. As long as you give way to the divine treasures of Tianju Peak, we won't kill you. Moling Dongchen said. We're going in too. This is our final bottom line. Otherwise, at worst, we'll fight to the death and fight to the death. Chapter 21:35. Moling Dongchen and the others pondered over it again and again. They did not stop Jiang Chen and Long Shersan. After all, if the two of them were to fight to the death, the loss would outweigh the gain. No one wanted to fight to the death with them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like letting the others reap the benefits? Moreover, after entering Tianju Peak, even if there were divine treasures, only those who were capable would be able to get it. Whoever had the bigger fist would be able to stand firm. Otherwise, it would be useless even if they entered. Whether they could get a share of the loot or not, it would depend on whether they had the strength to do so. Most of their people were here. So, Moling Dongchen and the others were not worried about their backup. All right. I hope you know your limits. Xiong Batian said proudly. He snorted coldly, carried his blood-red giant axe and flew towards Tianzhu Peak. Moling Dongchen and Zhan Lingyun looked at each other and smiled. They then followed suit. Seems like someone finally stepped in for us. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of terrifying battle it would be. Long Shan curled his lips and said with a sigh. Now, it's up to their luck. Tianzhu Peak is not an easy place to break through. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. With someone taking the lead, they were naturally willing to hide at the back. Ha ha ha. Stupid monkey. In the end, you can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. To think that you can think of monopolizing Tianzhu Peak. I'll go first. He's just being arrogant. When a true expert arrives, doesn't he still have to make way for them? He's just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. With the presence of the 3 Alliance Lords, he needs to have the guts to continue. You're right. Let's go in quickly. Otherwise, the divine treasures might be taken by someone else. Quick, follow them. We're the first batch to enter the divine treasures of Tianzhu Peak. Ha ha ha. Countless people flocked to the peak. Out of the 100,000 immortal sovereigns, only 100 of them could fly. The rest of them were running as if they were flying, rapidly ascending the Tianzhu Peak. After all, this was a place of treasures. If they were late by a step, they might not even get to enjoy the soup. Seeing more and more people ascending Tianzhu Peak, Jiang Chen and Long Shan looked at each other and smiled. A real massacre was about to begin. The news of Tianzhu Peak being breached had spread to many places in an instant. Countless experts began to rush towards this place. After all, everyone wanted a piece of the pie here. As long as one was able to enter the Tianzhu Peak, one would definitely gain something. After all, in the entire Methreya Mountain, only the Tianlan Peak and the Tianzhu Peak were able to enter the Divine Treasury, and these 2 peaks were controlled by powerful experts. At this moment, many rogue cultivators who did not belong to any organization began to think of ways to enter the Tianzhu Peak, hoping to gain something. After all, who would dare to look down on the divine treasures of a divine emperor? Even an early void god would find it hard to resist the protection of a hierarch's divine soul. Unless they were powerful experts, otherwise, they would only become nourishment for the divine soul experts. Little Chinzi, what should we do? Should we go in? Dragon Shan darted a glance at Jiang Chen and said, if they didn't go in now, they might fall behind the others when they entered the hall later. What's the rush? These guys are waiting to die. Do you want me to send you off? Get lost. Damn it. I don't want to die at such a young age. Long Shan laughed and scolded. Wait. Right now, there aren't many opportunities. I think there's definitely a great danger inside. You've also sensed it before. This place is extraordinary. We'd rather believe it than not. Otherwise, if we fail, it'll be very easy for us to die inside. There's even a hierarch's divine soul here. Do you have the ability to fight against it? Even if you've broken through to the void god realm, I'm afraid you might not have the absolute confidence. Just wait for the right opportunity. The bird that sticks out will be shot. We have to be the Jiang Taigong who sits on the fishing platform. Little do you know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Good food is not afraid of late. Jiang Chen restrained his expression and said with a faint smile. More and more void gods and 9th-grade immortal sovereigns began to rush into Tianzhu Peak. Jiang Chen and Long Shan were moving forward slowly. They were not in a hurry at all. Undeniably, Moling Dongchen and the others were very smart. They did not rush in first, but gave way to the passage of Tianzhu Peak. Because they were afraid that there might be unknown dangers in there. Caution is the parent of safety. Those who could become the leader of the alliance were definitely not fools. They naturally had their own thoughts. Moreover, the other peaks were full of danger. Wasn't it too quiet here? As the leader, Xiong Batian, Zhan Lingyun and Moling Dongchen were waiting silently. They were waiting for their army to enter first before making a decision. Ha ha ha. Tianzhu Peak. I'm coming. The divine treasures here are definitely not small. I've heard that some people have obtained more than one divine weapon in Tianlan Peak. Since ancient times, divine weapons have always belonged to the virtuous. Looks like I'm going to return with a full load this time. Old man, you're shameless. This is not something you can decide. There are too many wolves and not enough meat. Whoever has the ability will get more. Ha! Countless people rushed into the Tianzhu Peak one after another. However, at this moment, there was a commotion in the passageway of the Tianzhu Peak. Thousands of people had already turned into ashes when they entered the entrance of the Tianzhu Peak. They could not even find any trace of their movements. 20 divine souls that were comparable to middle void god divine souls, which were equivalent to peak late divine king divine souls, gushed out and reaped the lives of these ninth-grade immortal sovereigns like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Countless of them were completely wiped out and disappeared from the world before they could regain their senses. Ah, ghost, help me. It's too scary. These souls are devils. No, no, no. I don't want to die. Ear-piercing screams of terror could be heard continuously. 20 mid-void god divine souls began to wreak havoc on the entire Tianzhu Peak. Tens of thousands of ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were slaughtered in less than 10 minutes. Those who set foot on the Tianzhu Peak first were all dead. Fresh blood dyed the entire Tianzhu Peak red. Every single ninth-grade immortal sovereign's eyes were filled with despair. Even the early void god experts could only run away in panic, barely keeping their lives. Most of them were buried in Tianzhu Peak forever. 20 middle void god divine souls swept across the place with unstoppable momentum. Ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were basically killed or injured upon contact. They did not even have the strength to fight back. This had caused a one-sided massacre on Tianzhu Peak. It was a tragic scene that was too horrible to look at. Countless people were crying and screaming as they ran away. However, there were even more people who died on Tianzhu Peak. Corpses were everywhere and blood was flowing everywhere. At this moment, no matter if they were ninth-grade immortal sovereigns or void gods, all of them had lost their dignity. Being able to walk out of the Tianzhu Peak alive was already a great fortune amidst the misfortune. Chapter 21:36. Even though the void god experts had started to organize a counterattack, the result was minimal. Hundreds of void god experts could only stop these divine souls and delay their massacre. In the end, nearly 30,000 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were killed. The result was shocking to the hearts of the people. This scene could only mean that greedy people had to say goodbye to this world forever. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Since greed was born, they were destined to brush shoulders with the god of death. 3 out of the 100,000 immortal sovereigns were gone. Even Moling Dongchen and the others took a deep breath when they saw the horrifying death rate. Because more and more people had died at the foot of the Tianzhu Peak. The 20 divine souls fought against these void god experts as if they were invincible. However, the result was that they were forced to retreat again and again. These divine souls are too powerful. Even if the 3 of us were to take action, I'm afraid that it would be quite difficult to deal with 20 divine souls. Zhang Lingyun took a deep breath and his expression became extremely ugly. If they were to take action at this moment, they might not be able to take down these 20 divine souls. Most importantly, these divine souls were all middle void gods. If they were to charge at the very beginning, even the 3 of them would be heavily injured. Zhang Lingyun gasped. Xiong Batian looked at the divine souls from afar with lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not charge at the first moment. Otherwise, even he would be severely injured. These 2 fellows might have already known that this place is scarier than any other place. That's why they have been guarding this place. Moling Dongchen suddenly turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen and Long Shersan. Don't look at us like that. If we knew about this, do you think that this would happen? Even if all of us gathered together, we might not be able to kill these 20 godly souls. You can imagine what level of godly souls there are if there are any more dangers inside. Jiang Chen said Lung. Facing the questioning gazes of the 3 people, he also strolled leisurely and stood proudly, without the slightest fear. Moling Dongchen became silent. Indeed, what Jiang Chen said was right. Previously, they had encountered a hierarch divine soul on Tianlan Peak that was comparable to a peak middle void god. It was only a step away from the late void god realm. However, this divine soul had severely injured more than a dozen void god experts. Such combat strength could be said to be peerless and unparalleled. Especially in the divine tomb, the stronger one's divine soul was, the greater the pressure they would feel. The protectors had the absolute strength of a late void god. It was needless to say how dangerous the divine treasury was. He's right, but we're already like an arrow on the bowstring. We have no choice but to take action. I, Zhang Lingyun, will definitely enter the Tianzhu Peak. Zhang Lingyun said in a deep voice and looked at Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's words were beautiful, he still felt that Jiang Chen was scheming something. Even if Jiang Chen did not know about the dangers of the Tianzhu Peak, he should know that this place was not a safe place. Jiang Chen did not expect that these divine souls would be this terrifying. 20 divine souls, in less than half an hour, had harvested nearly 30,000 divine souls. This scene was incomparably magnificent, but it also made people feel numb, even somewhat unbearable. After all, these were all lives. Although he was not a kind person, those 100,000 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns had broken through layers of shackles and stepped on the immortal path to enter the divine tomb, all for a chance to become a god. To put it bluntly, these people were just innocent people. Jiang Chen had killed a lot of people, but he did not kill innocent people. These people did not necessarily deserve to die. I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, the giant axe in my hand will not be merciful. Xueqi said fiercely. Stinking idiot, why are you pretending to be a big shot? If you are not convinced, let's fight again. Long Shersan waved the unparalleled divine staff in his hand and sneered. If Jiang Chen did not ask him to lose on purpose, it would not be difficult for him to defeat this bastard. It's just a dead monkey. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Xueqi obviously had other thoughts at this moment. Otherwise, with his ruthless character, he would have already fought with Long Shersan to teach him a lesson. Let's not waste any more time. If we don't act now, it will be too late. Let's enter the Tianzhu Peak as soon as possible while these divine souls are still fighting. Otherwise, we may not have such a good opportunity later. Zhang Lingyun looked at Moling Dongchen and Xueqi and said, although the three of them belonged to different camps, they were the most solid allies right now. Because none of them could guarantee that they could enter the Tianzhu Peak. Zhang Lingyun and the other two summoned their 20 void god underlings and entered the divine treasure path of the Tianzhu Peak. These guys can't wait any longer. Long Shersan said faintly. But I pity those innocent immortal sovereigns. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Monkey, let's give them some good fortune. Do you have the confidence to fight against these 20 middle void god divine souls if we join hands? Jiang Chen looked at Long Shersan with fiery eyes. Looking down on me? I'm a void god now. The iron staff in my hand is enough to fight against 10 of them. As for you, if you can't do it, give me 2 of them. Ha! Long Shersan said proudly and looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. You're just a loser. Since when did you win against me? I'm a 9th grade immortal sovereign. Killing a void god like you is as easy as blowing off dust. Jiang Chen glanced at Long Shersan. Long Shersan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Let's see who can kill more. Little Chenzi, don't look down on me this time. Master Monkey is a peerless sovereign emperor that's going to step into the 9 heavens. I'll show you the real battle saint technique with this strike. Long Shersan was full of confidence. He stepped on the void and swept his unparalleled divine staff across the universe. Layers of staff shadows pressed against the 20 middle void god divine souls. Looks like he's really gained a lot from the white jade statue. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Long Shersan had entered the void god realm, but his combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. This guy's battle saint technique was even more powerful than before. Every strike of the unparalleled divine staff had increased his combat strength by quite a bit. He should not be underestimated. Help! Help! Boss, help! Alliance Lord, you can't abandon us. Are we going to die? Alliance Lord and the rest have run away. Who can save us? These divine souls are too powerful. How can we, 9th grade immortal sovereigns, resist them? Many of them had already given up resisting at this moment, because Moling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun had already brought the true void god experts into the Tianzhu Peak. As for the rest of them, they had been mercilessly abandoned. As for these divine souls, they raised their blades and killed 9th grade immortal sovereigns without showing any mercy. Only at this moment did these people truly understand that they had become useless sacrificial pawns. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 2137. The eyes of these 9th grade immortal sovereigns were filled with loneliness and helplessness, as well as resentment and anger of being abandoned. But helplessly, everything was useless. Death seemed to have become insignificant to them. More than 40,000 of the 100,000 immortal sovereigns had died. Almost half of them had died. The destructive power of this group of terrifying divine souls was really too strong. Eat this Master Monkey's staff. Long Xueqi descended from the sky like a peerless god of war. His staff shook the heavens and was extremely ruthless. Lowly humans. The leader of the divine souls sneered and said. He raised his hand to receive Long Xueqi's peerless divine staff. In an instant, the divine soul was sent flying away by Long Xueqi's staff. Everyone took a deep breath. The entire foot of Tianzhu Peak was in an uproar. Is that the monkey? No way. Since when did he become so strong? Could it be that he has been hiding his strength all this while? Even the Alliance Lord might not be able to destroy a divine soul with a single strike. This monkey is simply way too scary. Does that mean we're saved again? In their eyes, Long Xueqi seemed to have turned into a peerless expert, descending from the sky and charging into the group of divine souls, fighting against the 9 heavens. You bunch of lowly immortal sovereigns. Scolding you is not unnecessary. If it wasn't because of little Chenzi's mercy, I wouldn't care even if you guys died 100 times. However, Long Xueqi was not a person who couldn't tell right from wrong. He would not care about these things at this moment. Here I come. Jiang Chen was barehanded. His hand seals were formed continuously. The slaughter dragon seal smiled proudly at the heavens. Death Qi surged and pierced through the clouds. With a punch, the dragon seal was reborn. At this moment, even Jiang Chen did not expect that the slaughter dragon seal could kill a mid-void god divine soul. Moreover, this kind of suppression seemed to be a natural restraint. As the divine soul expert died, Jiang Chen's hand seals became brighter and brighter, becoming stronger than before. What a terrifying seal! This time, not only the spectating 9th-grade immortal sovereigns, even Long Xueqi was shocked. Since when did this guy's slaughter dragon seal become so powerful? Moreover, it was filled with the aura of death. As soon as Jiang Chen and Long Xueqi attacked, they decisively killed off a divine soul expert. Then, the two of them instantly took over the battlefield. With their terrifying combat strength, they directly battled 18 divine soul experts. Jiang Chen's slaughter dragon seal was incomparably heaven-defying, and the more he fought, the more valiant he became. He killed 3 in a row, and he didn't even use the second move. Once the slaughter dragon seal was unleashed, it was as if ghosts and gods were crying, sweeping through everything. Long Xueqi's expression gradually became solemn. This guy did not lose to him at all. It seemed that even if he was a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, Long Xueqi would not have the confidence to defeat him. This abnormal guy had once again defied the heavens. Even the void god Long Xueqi became fearful. These two people are like lions that descended from the heavens. We're finally saved. 10,000 years of cultivation, we finally don't have to go down in flames. Many of them were so excited that they shed tears. Not all of them were filled with malice. Some of them had no choice but to do so. Millions of years of cultivation, if they were to be lost here, it would really dishearten them. Only by going with the flow, one could only grow in a big environment, and only then would one be able to avoid those dangers. Otherwise, in this divine tomb where danger lurked everywhere, who would dare to say that they could ignore any enemies or divine souls? Due to the circumstances, some people were also forced to do so at this time. They had no other choice. Little Chenzi, you're too abnormal. Since when did the slaughter dragon seal become so powerful? Long Xueqi slapped a divine soul expert away and said with dissatisfaction, "Secret." Ha! Jiang Chen's slaughter dragon seal shocked the world. In the end, the 20 divine soul experts were completely swept away. Jiang Chen killed 11 of them, while Long Xueqi killed 9 of them. They had no choice but to submit to Jiang Chen. Motherfucker, I can't win against you. I'm not convinced. Long Xueqi groaned and did not say anything. His angry look made Jiang Chen not know whether to laugh or cry. Thank you, brothers, for saving us. We can't thank you enough. At the foot of Tianzhu Peak, more than 50,000 9th-grade immortal sovereigns knelt down without exception. Because Jiang Chen and Long Xueqi had saved their lives. No one could understand the despair of millions of years of cultivation being destroyed. If they were to fight with others, death was not to be regretted. However, they were killed by those divine soul experts, and did not even have the chance to enter the divine world. Therefore, these people would definitely turn into vengeful spirits after their deaths. 100,000 immortal sovereigns. Only half of them were left. It was really sad. Only now did they know how worthless human lives were. And they were all 9th grade immortal sovereigns. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression was cold. Looking at the tens of thousands of immortal sovereigns at the foot of Tianzhu Peak, he could not help but sigh. I'm not a merciful person, but I'm definitely not an executioner. Although you guys have made things difficult for my brothers before, it might not be a real life and death battle. Millions of years of cultivation being destroyed, and not even being able to touch the doorstep of the divine world, it will definitely be a lifelong regret. As fellow immortal sovereigns, I will advance and retreat with you guys. However, I hope that you guys know that the road to the Tianzhu Peak, the road to the divine treasures, is extremely dangerous. Not even 1 out of 10 of you will be able to survive. Jiang Chen's voice was like a great bell, resounding at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. Everyone understood what he meant, and admired Jiang Chen even more. This time, it might be an opportunity for you guys. I believe that many 9th grade immortal sovereigns will definitely be able to step into the Void God realm after this battle. I will not stop you guys. If anyone is willing to follow me into the road to the divine treasures, I will not stop you. However, you guys should know your own strength. Although the divine treasures are precious, only those with great fortune and strength are qualified to obtain them. However, I hope that you guys can cherish it. I can't protect you guys forever. Humans must rely on themselves to rise up and possess greater strength. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated in everyone's heart. Many of them knew that it would be difficult for them to achieve anything in the divine treasures, and they might even lose their lives here. Now, it seems like choosing to stay here was the safest choice. In the end, only 50 early Void God experts chose to follow Jiang Chen and enter the road to the divine treasures. The rest of them stayed at the foot of the peak to cultivate. Many of them had indeed touched the doorstep of the Void God realm, and their strength had increased a lot. Therefore, staying here was the best choice. Jiang Chen's eyes became solemn as he looked at the Tianzhu Peak that was shrouded in haze. More than 40,000 heroic spirits had died with hatred, causing the entire Tianzhu Peak to be shrouded in haze, and the atmosphere was eerie. With my divine soul, I will lead all of you. With my death chi, I will destroy the heavens. The dragon seal in Jiang Chen's hand surged, pointing towards the sky. More than 10,000 souls were attached to Jiang Chen's slaughter dragon seal before their souls dissipated, and eventually turned into nothingness. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's slaughter dragon seal was not corroded by the evil qi. Instead, it became a great killing weapon of righteousness. Chapter 21:38. Long Shersan's lips twitched. He could feel that Jiang Chen's slaughter dragon seal was gradually solidifying. Moreover, that terrifying killing intent seemed to be able to penetrate one's heart, causing the heavens to salute and all living beings to worship it. This monstrous genius. Long Shersan let out a sigh of relief. If Jiang Chen was his enemy, he might not even know how he died. Even though he had entered the Void God realm and possessed a divine weapon, he was still wary of this guy. From today onwards, it seems like I have no choice but to accept it. Long Shersan sighed, but his expression was filled with joy. He was naturally happy that Jiang Chen was strong, because he was his brother. He kept his aura and the slaughter dragon seal. At this moment, even Jiang Chen had a domineering desire to compete with the heavens. However, he knew that the slaughter dragon seal was too powerful. Even a late Void God expert might not be able to withstand it. This was one of his trump cards. The slaughter dragon seal was able to absorb divine souls and 40,000 9th grade immortal sovereign souls. It was out of his expectation. In other words, once the slaughter dragon seal was unleashed, it would be able to suppress divine soul experts. Tianzhu Peak, the entrance of the divine treasury. It led straight to the bottom of the mountain range. It was deep and cold, extending all the way down, with 9 twists and 18 turns. This place really makes people feel cold all over their bodies. Don't tell me this god's treasury is a place of evil spirits? Someone said with a solemn expression. Yeah, this is definitely an ominous place. Could there be some kind of evil spirits here? Those divine souls are too strong. We can't resist them at all. Get out if you don't dare to go in. A bunch of cowards. Thinking about the divine treasury but not daring to take a step in. Do you people deserve to enter the divine world? Even if you enter the divine world, I'm afraid you'll only become a stepping stone for the experts. Long Shersan said disdainfully. This group of people really made him feel ashamed. Shersan's words made the group fall into silence. They were somewhat embarrassed. They were the ones who requested to enter the divine treasury. But now, they seemed to be afraid of the slightest thing. Jiang Chen remained calm and did not say anything. Although he felt that this place was quite strange, he had to go in. It was not easy to get the peerless divine treasury of a divine emperor. If it was a peak divine emperor expert, no one would be able to enter it. Unfortunately, the divine soul of a divine emperor expert had fallen into the divine tomb. That was why there was a divine emperor's divine treasury. If he really was a god emperor, then even in the god world, he would be someone above the 9 heavens that could not be provoked. Let's go in. Moling Dongchen and the others have already gone in. We can't be left behind, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He took the lead and walked at the front with Long Shersan. The deep and cold underground cave was quite narrow. At most, 3 or 4 people could pass through at the same time. The cave was winding and extended downwards. The pressure on Jiang Chen was getting greater and greater. There might be something that even they could not fight against hidden here. Be careful. Don't let any accidents happen, Jiang Chen reminded Long Shersan and the others beside him. Dozens of people followed behind Jiang Chen carefully. At this moment, Jiang Chen could even feel a chill coming from the end of the cave. It was so dangerous that it made people shiver. The surrounding rock walls were all blood-red in color. It was cold and dark. They could only see it clearly with their super eyesight. The divine tomb was originally dark and gloomy. It was even scarier in the underground. Water droplets dripped down from the rock walls. The sound of dripping was quite rhythmic. Jiang Chen walked for almost 4 hours before he finally saw the end. This was an underground world of ice and snow. Everywhere was covered in ice and snow. However, the light had become much brighter and the space had also become much larger. In the distance, there was an incomparably large open space that was sealed in ice for thousands of miles, stretching as far as the eye could see. This underground world was quite strange. However, it was really shocking to see such a vast area. On the ice road in the distance, there were 4 giant beasts with long blue tails. They were about 10 feet tall. Their legs were standing on the ground and their claws were unusually fierce. They were like ferocious dragons and hungry tigers. Their blue bodies were flowing with light and they looked extremely domineering. Look, the 3 of them seemed to be surrounded by these giant beasts, Long Shersan said with a smirk. These giant beasts are very powerful. These 4 giant beasts are comparable to middle void gods. They are not divine souls but real giant beasts that exist in the divine soul world. A real middle void god has the advantage of the right time and the right place. Once their strength erupts, they might even be comparable to a late void god. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. These giant beasts were not formed by divine souls. They were real existences. The cold air coming from their mouths was extremely terrifying. If one were to be touched by the cold air, one would instantly turn into ice and be frozen. In the distance, at the end of Bing Dao's line of sight, there was an incomparably ancient bronze gate. Although it had long been covered in ice and snow, the Xueqi and Yazi beside it were still vigorous and had an intimidating presence. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The real divine treasury might be behind that bronze door. These guys are too disgusting. The 3 of us joined hands but we are still not their match. It's as if they have no weakness at all, Xiong Batian said angrily. At this moment, his body was trembling. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. There were traces of ice blades all over his body. He had been frozen 4 times. If it wasn't for his strong body, he might have already fallen to the ground. Even so, Xiong Batian was trembling and his face was filled with fear. In a short period of time, if he could not get rid of these big guys, he might die here. On the other side, Zhan Lingyun and Moling Dongchen were not having a good time either. Both of them were heavily injured and their bodies were covered with scars. They were no longer as high-spirited and arrogant as they were at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. We must think of a way. Otherwise we might fail miserably. There are no late void god divine souls here but these big guys are not any weaker than a late void god divine soul, Moling Dongchen said in a low voice with a solemn expression. In such a desperate situation, they thought of Jiang Chen and Long Shersan. If these 2 guys were here, they might not be in such a miserable situation. Guys, look. It's that damn monkey. Zhang Lingyun's eyes lit up. At this moment, his eyes lit up. Brother Zhang, brother monkey. What are you waiting for? Zhang Lingyun said in a deep voice. Moling Dongchen and Xiong Batian followed his gaze and saw Jiang Chen and Long Shan standing at the front. Behind them, there were more than 10 people. All of them were early void gods. That's right. What are you waiting for? Xiong Batian roared in anger and said, Who do you think you are? Big guy, even if you die, I can still go over. You can't even defeat these 4 watchdogs and you want me to help you? Who was the one who wanted to kill me in the past? Which bastard? How could I forget? Now, a tiger that has fallen to the plains is being bullied by dogs. TSK TSK TSK. To be more precise, a dog that has fallen to the plains. Ha ha. You want me to help you? Pfft. What a fool's dream. Chapter 2139. Xiong Batian was infuriated by Long Shan, and he still had to deal with the 4 long-tailed beasts. He was completely exhausted. Moling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun smiled bitterly. At this time, Shan obviously wanted to watch the show. It was true that Xiong Batian was not friendly to him before. Now that he was here to help him, he even spoke to him in such a rude manner. It was as if his brain was filled with dog shit. Seems like this Xiong Batian is really courting death. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Long Shan. Don't expect to have a good life after offending this guy. He was naturally on his brother's side. What does Xiong Batian's life or death have to do with him? My 2 brothers, I hope that you can kill these 4 huge beasts together on account that we're fellow Taoists from the immortal world. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to pass. These beasts are simply too fast and ferocious. It's hard for us to defeat them alone. Zhang Lingyun's face was filled with bitterness. At this moment, the 4 long-tailed giant beasts swept towards them, making the 3 of them run for their lives. They looked like stray dogs. Fuck you. If you don't save me, you won't be able to pass. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Xiong Batian said without giving up. I think you can't hold on any longer. I'm not afraid of you when you're alive. What can you do when you're dead? Jiang Chen sneered and snorted. At this moment, Xiong Batian was speechless. He knew that it was impossible for him to invite these 2 ancestors. What are you guys waiting for? Sun Yang, Guanzai, Li Shi, Feng Quan, come and help us. Do you want me to peel off your skin? Xiong Batian looked at the 4 people behind Jiang Chen. They were his 4 subordinates. You betrayed us and left us at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. Do you still have the face to order us around? If it weren't for Jiang Chen and Long Shan, our 100,000 divine soldiers would have died at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. Feng Quan gritted his teeth and said. He hated Xiong Batian to the bone. That's right. People like you deserve to die. I can't wait to eat his flesh. Sun Yang also said fiercely. This time, Xiong Batian was completely dispirited because he was now like a rat on the street. Everyone wanted to beat him up and no one was willing to help him. Moreover, he was the weakest among the 3 of them. Moling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun could still hold on for a while, but he had already fallen into a crisis. Roar! The beast roared like thunder and spat out a mouthful of cold air, freezing Xiong Batian. With a swipe of its claws, Xiong Batian's arm was torn apart, causing blood to flow everywhere. However, everyone on the scene was already used to it. None of the experts, even the 9th-grade immortal sovereigns who entered the divine tomb, had to kill hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people. They had to step on skeletons to reach the highest peak. Xiong Batian roared in agony. The blood-red giant axe in his hand was thrown away by the beast. He could only stagger to avoid the beast's attack. Moling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun were extremely careful, but they were still injured. What an idiot! Zhang Lingyun said while gritting his teeth. He was exasperated that Jiang Chen did not meet his expectations. Initially, he thought that he could persuade Jiang Chen to help them. After all, this was a fair game. If Jiang Chen was not willing to participate, then they would definitely become the meal of these 4 beasts. However, this guy insisted on provoking Jiang Chen and that monkey. Wasn't he just seeking his own death? Moreover, even his former subordinates had betrayed him. In other words, they were no longer the people they used to be. It was Jiang Chen and Long Shan who gave them a new life. Even Zhang Lingyu knew very well how dangerous his situation was. Those people would no longer listen to his orders. Xiong Batian cried for his parents. His original toughness had disappeared at this moment. Save me, save me. Xiong Baishan's tragic cry reverberated on the profound ancient ice path. He was smashed by another beast, creating a deep ravine on the ice path. Save me. I beg you, Grandpa Monkey, save me. I, Xiong Batian, have been invincible in the immortal world for my entire life. I am not willing. I am not willing to die here. I don't even know which way the gate of the divine world opens. Save me. I beg you, save me. I'll do anything for you. Xiong Batian lost his usual elegance because he could see that Jiang Chen and the others did not intend to help him. If that was the case, he would definitely die. He had cultivated for thousands of years. Was he going to die here? How could he be willing? No, no. I am not willing. Xiong Batian roared in rage as he brandished his giant axe. However, he knew that he didn't have much time left. One long-tailed beast was more than enough to defeat him. The blood-red axe landed on the body of the long-tailed beast, but it didn't even leave a mark on it. On the contrary, he was sent flying a few hundred meters away. His expression was ugly, and blood was spurting out from his mouth. His aura was extremely weak. When you mercilessly abandoned your subordinates, did you ever think about how unresigned they were? 100,000 divine soldiers. In less than an hour, more than half of them died. Didn't they cultivate for thousands of years to enter the divine tomb? How much hatred do they have? Do you know? A selfish person like you will never understand the true meaning of empathizing with others. Jiang Chen smiled. His words were filled with sarcasm. Unfortunately, Xiong Batian could no longer listen to him, because he was struck by the long-tailed beast and turned into a pile of meat. His blood splashed all over the profound ancient ice path. Xiong Batian was dead, and his Tao was gone. In Jiang Chen and Long Shersan's point of view, Xiong Batian deserved it. Moling Dongchen and Zhan Lingyun did not have any sympathy for him. They only cared if Jiang Chen would help them. At this moment, Moling Dongchen and Zhan Lingyun seemed to see a glimmer of hope. At least they did not have any enmity with Jiang Chen and Long Shersan. Brother Jiang, Brother Long, I hope you can lend us a hand. Otherwise, we won't be able to fight against this long-tailed beast on our own. Moling Dongchen finally spoke. He knew that it was useless to say anything because Jiang Chen and Long Shersan were definitely the kind of people who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Xiong Batian, this arrogant and conceited fellow, died a worthy death. Long Shersan wanted to say something but was stopped by Jiang Chen. Long Shersan knew that although it would be difficult for him to join hands with Jiang Chen, at least they were in an invincible position. However, Jiang Chen thought otherwise. He did not want to reveal his full strength so early. It was definitely not a good thing for him. At least at this moment, he felt that Moling Dongchen was somewhat unfathomable. He did not seem to have used his full strength. All right. Chapter 2140. Kakaka. My hands have been itching for a long time. See how your Grandpa Monkey will torture you guys to death. Long Shersan laughed wildly. He held the peerless divine staff in his hand and swept it in all directions. His aura became unstoppable. Thanks a lot. Zhan Lingyun and Mo Ling Dongchen's eyes lit up. If Jiang Chen and Long Shersan were willing to lend a hand, the current situation would at least be stabilized. There were still dozens of early void god experts. These 4 long-tailed giant beasts would definitely not be their match. Long Shersan took the lead and struck with his staff. The damage was off the charts, causing one of the long-tailed giant beasts to retreat for a few hundred meters. Awa! A blood-curdling screech filled the sky. The other 3 long-tailed giant beasts also launched a fierce attack on Long Shersan at this moment. On the contrary, the pressure on Zhan Lingyun and Mo Ling Dongchen was reduced quite a bit. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to take action. His heavenly dragon sword swept in all directions. Although it was not enough to kill the long-tailed giant beasts in an instant, it brought them great pressure. With the addition of dozens of void god experts, the scales of victory began to tilt towards Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He swung his sword in all directions. Although there was nothing special about him, he was the only 9th-grade immortal sovereign here. Compared to Long Shersan and the others, he was quite ordinary. However, Even Long San did not dare to look down on Jiang Chen. It's just that Jiang Chen did not want to reveal his full strength at this moment. In the divine tomb, there were too many unknown dangers and opponents. Hence, one had to be careful at all times. Now that they were in the divine treasury, one had to be careful at all times. Everyone could become one's enemy. Even Mo Ling Dongchen and Zhan Lingyun were the same. Jiang Chen would not have saved them if he did not want to hide his true strength. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the iron law of this world. No one could go against it. Jiang Chen, Long San, Mo Ling Dongchen and Zhan Lingyun had great battle strength. The 4 long-tailed giant beasts fell into a passive position. Especially Long San, his staff was earth-shattering and unparalleled. Such battle strength shocked Mo Ling Dongchen and Zhan Lingyun. It was obvious that he had concealed his true strength when he was fighting against Xiong Batian. Now that his strength was overwhelming, if he were to fight against Xiong Batian again, he would surely kill Xiong Batian at lightning speed. However, this was still not Dragon Shurson's full strength. It was at most 70% of his strength. Jiang Chen did this to stop Mo Ling Dongchen and the other 2. Otherwise, without sufficient strength, he wouldn't be taken seriously. Have a taste of my staff. Long Shurson's laughter was like thunder. He stepped on the void and swung his staff down with great force. One of the long-tailed giant beasts was hit dizzily. Its body trembled and it fell to the ground, twitching. The long-tailed giant beast breathed out cold air and froze Jiang Chen. However, the 5 elemental true fire in Jiang Chen's body instantly turned into ice water. The long-tailed giant beast swept away thousands of soldiers. Jiang Chen did not slow down. He swung his heavenly dragon sword continuously and chopped off a section of the beast's tail. The long-tailed giant beast roared and rolled away. On the other side, Mo Ling Dongchen did not hold back either. He faced one of the long-tailed giant beasts by himself. Both of them displayed their might. Although they were slightly injured, it was not a big deal. After all, both of them were stronger than Xiong Batian. The 4 of them charged forward and completed a counterattack. The long-tailed giant beasts had fallen into a passive situation. The 4 long-tailed giant beasts roared continuously. The entire mysterious ancient ice path became extremely gloomy and terrifying. Ice and snow collapsed. The 4 long-tailed giant beasts were killed by Long San with a single strike. After the 4 long-tailed giant beasts died, their huge bodies gradually turned into ice and snow and merged into the mysterious ancient ice path. Such a strange long-tailed giant beast. Jiang Chen frowned his eyebrows and wore a solemn expression. The people behind him were also on standby. The long-tailed giant beasts were defeated and disappeared from the heavens and earth in an instant. The situation here was even more terrifying. In the distance, Jiang Chen stared at the bronze door in front of him. A Bai and a Yazi, both mighty and majestic. They were over 10 zhang tall, guarding the bronze door. The bronze door was covered in ice and snow. However, one could vaguely see that the bronze door was 30 zhang tall, just like the southern heavenly gate. It was incomparably majestic, as if it was peerless in the heavens and earth. Behind the bronze door should be the real divine treasury. Zhan Lingyun squinted his eyes. After coming this far and experiencing a battle of life and death, he had to give it his all. The bronze door was right in front of him. Whether there was a divine treasury behind it or not, he had to take a step forward and investigate. In that case, let's see exactly what's hidden behind the bronze door. Is there really a divine emperor-level divine treasury? Mo Ling Dongchen said calmly. I can't wait any longer. Little Chenzi, let's go. Long San stared at the bronze door and said. Jiang Chen took a step forward and stood at the front. The wind howled, sweeping the surrounding ice and snow into the air. The bronze door had 2 handles that were around 1 zhang tall. Even though they were a few hundred meters away, they could still see them clearly. The 2 ancient demonic beasts, the sons of the dragon god, Swan and Qi Zi, also revealed their ferocious and lifelike appearances. Their crystalline eyes seemed to be staring at everyone, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. The mystical ancient ice path is indeed strange. The howling of the wind is like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It's so scary. Isn't that right? This profound ancient ice path is surrounded by ice and snow. With such a huge space underground, shouldn't there be a sea of flames? Why would there be an endless ice field? Don't talk nonsense. The 4 long-tailed giant beasts have been killed by us. Now that the bronze door is within our reach, are we going to retreat? That's right. The divine treasury is right in front of us. Whoever retreats is a fool. Many void god experts nodded and said, even though they were frightened by the howling of the wind, no one was willing to retreat. Humans are greedy by nature. How could they obtain the real divine treasury without greed? Brother Jiang Chen, what do you think? Emo Ling Dongchen said in a deep voice as he looked at Jiang Chen. He had heard about this bronze door from a peerless senior. In the divine tomb, there's a peerless bronze door. However, he did not know if this bronze door was the one he knew. If it was, it would definitely be a shocking scene. Let's go. We've already come this far. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Chapter 2141. This bronze door was like an incomparably gigantic killing formation, as though it was there to kill the immortals and gods from the 9 heavens. It was filled with a mysterious feeling, especially that faintly discernible aura. It was as though this place was hell itself. Thinking of hell, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. To the divine world, wasn't this place hell? How could it be so easy for people to pass through hell? One would have to go through a near-death experience to get rid of this comfort and enter the divine world. Every expert from the immortal world had to pass through layers of tests to enter the divine world. Only 1 in 10,000 survived, which made the divine tomb even more mysterious and terrifying. Not to mention, the divine treasury of a god emperor must be extraordinary as well. The gate of hell, a peerless killing formation. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of these words. No one knew what was hidden behind this door. Perhaps, it could be said that no one had ever entered this place before. This was because this door seemed to have existed for thousands of years. No one had ever entered this place before. At least, it seemed to be a taboo existence before them. Danger must exist. If one wanted to obtain the divine treasury, it would not be a smooth journey. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to enter this place? This place is definitely not ordinary. Once you enter, it might be a path of no return. Jiang Chen said faintly. Since we're already here, even if we know that there's a tiger in the mountain, we should still go in and take a look. Zhan Lingyun said with a smile. He wasn't afraid at all. After all, he was strong and he had someone to rely on. However, those who followed Jiang Chen hesitated. Jiang Chen's words were very obvious. He was telling them that he couldn't protect them from the dangers here. They could only take care of themselves. But in the end, these people were greedy. They came here for the divine treasury. Who would be willing to retreat? Once they retreated, even if it wasn't a bottomless abyss, it would be fear in their hearts. On the path of cultivation, it would become an insurmountable moat in the future. If they advance, they would be high-spirited and full of danger. If they retreat, they would be fearful without a fight. Nobody was willing to be a coward. A fighter must advance with indomitable will. We're already here. Brother Jiang Chen, we'll follow you. If it weren't for you, we would have become wandering ghosts in the tomb of the god of sin. Jiang Chen nodded and glanced at Long Shersan, signaling him to be careful. Long Shersan's expression was solemn. He knew that Jiang Chen had something on his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so serious. Brother Jiang Chen, you're our leader. Emo Ling Dongchen said with a smile, full of trust for Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen knew that the strongest person here was Emo Ling Dongchen. It's just that he hadn't revealed his full strength. He might be a variable. However, Jiang Chen knew that even if he fought with his full strength, he might not lose to Emo Ling Dongchen. Flames rose in Jiang Chen's hands. The 5 elemental true fire could melt anything. In an instant, the frost on the bronze door was completely melted, turning into steam and rising. The bronze door was covered in rust. It was incomparably ancient. No one knew how long it had been buried here, or even tens of thousands of years. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the others felt as if there were several pairs of eyes staring at them. Strange, why do I feel like someone's staring at me? Damn it. Long Shersan's body trembled. His senses had always been sharp. As a battle saint ape, his senses towards unknown dangers were extremely accurate. Jiang Chen also felt it, but he didn't say it out loud to avoid causing trouble. To be more precise, both Emo Ling Dongchen and Zhan Lingyun felt it. The two glanced at Jiang Chen, but chose to remain silent. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and touched the bronze door. An ancient Sanskrit sound seemed to reverberate around him. The bronze door was gently pushed open by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't expect it to be so simple. After pushing open the bronze door, Jiang Chen saw a dim passageway. Night pearls illuminated the path on both sides, but it was still very dark. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and took the lead to enter. The others also followed. Their vision grew wider and wider, higher and higher. The world was 10 feet wide and 100 feet tall. Clouds and mist curled around it. Immortal chi filled the air. In the distance, there was a rainbow that stretched across the sky. Jia. An ear-piercing sound rang out as the bronze door closed automatically. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head. He clearly saw the 2 giant stone statues of the son of the dragon, Xueqi, slowly turn around. However, he didn't see the final scene clearly. After all, the bronze door had already closed completely. Jiang Chen felt an indescribable pressure in his heart. However, the sky here was filled with 7 colors. Clouds and mist curled around it. Hundreds of flowers vied with each other. It was an immortal chi. This place was like the abode of the gods of the 9 heavens. The deeper they went, the more dazzling palaces appeared. Some towered into the clouds, while others were majestic, floating above the 9 heavens. It's so beautiful. Someone took a deep breath and couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah, it's like a dreamland. It's too shocking. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is so dense that it's suffocating. If I were to cultivate here, I guess I'll be able to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Jiang Chen was slightly startled. Indeed, this place was simply too beautiful. It made people feel so comfortable that they didn't even want to leave this place. They just wanted to stay in this place forever. The people around Jiang Chen entered the palace one by one. Even Long Shersan, Mo Ling Dongchen and Zhan Lingyun were no exception. All of them rushed forward. Little Chenzi, I'll go and have a look. The environment here is not bad. I feel that my strength is going to break through to the middle void god realm soon. Long Shersan said and quickly rushed towards the golden palace that was floating above the heavens. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt that the people around him were all rushing forward. And in front of his eyes, a rather strange scene appeared. A person who looked exactly the same as him was standing in front of him with a sword pointing at the void. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised as he looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. You'll never reach my height. Although you're my continuation, you're still too weak. How can there be someone as weak as you in the divine tomb? Jiang Chen looked at him with eyes full of disdain. Who are you? Jiang Chen said. Who am I? Hehe. I'm the other me in your heart. The killer Jiang Chen. The killer me? Jiang Chen frowned. His face was extremely gloomy. He knew that he had fallen into an illusion. The great soul derivation technique woke him up in an instant. However, he still couldn't get rid of Jiang Chen, nor could he escape from the murderous Jiang Chen. Who are you? Do you think you can kill me in an illusion? Jiang Chen sneered. The killer Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. You actually know that you're in an illusion? Jiang Chen did know that he was in an illusion, but he couldn't break through it. The great soul derivation technique could make his mind not be affected, but the killer Jiang Chen seemed to be real. When facing him, Jiang Chen felt a great pressure, as if this person was really him. Even so, don't think about getting out. In the killer realm, if you want to kill someone, you have to kill yourself first. Ha! The killer Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His eyes were full of killing intent. Everything around him was still so real. The immortal chi was lingering, the spiritual chi was pressing, and the Jade Palace was beautiful. However, Long Shersan and the others had already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chen already knew that this was a very big illusion. From the moment they came in, this illusion had already existed. Moreover, they didn't know when they entered it. Everyone could not escape misfortune. If it wasn't for the great soul derivation technique, Jiang Chen would not be able to escape. However, although he knew that he was in an illusion, there was nothing he could do. The killer Jiang Chen in front of him was very real. Could it be that he was really the other him? In the killer realm, if you want to kill someone, you have to kill yourself first? Jiang Chen murmured. His heart was already very heavy. This Jiang Chen seemed to come from the depths of his heart. His existence could even affect his mind. Are you ready? In the killer realm, if I kill you, I will be reborn. I want to break through the shackles and return to being a god. Chapter 2142. Jiang Chen stared at everything around him. What was fake was real and what was real was fake. This was something that he did not expect at all. It was as if everything was real, but he was very clear that it was all an illusion. If I kill this Jiang Chen, can I break through the illusion? Jiang Chen muttered to himself. But at this moment, he had no other way. He had to fight with his life on the line. Everyone including Long Shan had been trapped in the illusion. Only Yi Futian was in between reality and illusion. He did not know what the situation was like. The Bronze Gate's killing formation had obviously been activated. In the illusion, no one could escape. The all-killer Jiang Chen raised his sword and pointed it at Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword was unparalleled and the sound of the dragon was endless. Jiang Chen was pointed at with a sword for the first time. Moreover, it was his own heavenly dragon sword. In that case, let me see what kind of evildoer you are. You want to control me? Impossible. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. With a turn of his hand, the heavenly dragon sword appeared. There was no hesitation in the battle between the two. Moreover, this all-killer Jiang Chen actually knew all of Yi Futian's methods. Slaughter Dragon Seal. The all-killer Jiang Chen's hand seals were flying and the spearhead was pointing at Yi Futian. Jiang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. But he was powerless. In this situation, as long as the illusion was not broken, then everything was real. Even if he died in the illusion, it was still real. Jiang Chen did not dare to take it lightly. This all-killer Jiang Chen's strength was comparable to his. It was difficult for him to defeat it, but it was absolutely impossible for it to defeat him. Jiang Chen was most worried about Dragon Shan. He had no idea how this bastard was doing right now. Given Dragon Shan's hot-tempered character, Jiang Chen hoped that he wouldn't do anything stupid. Jiang Chen fought and retreated. He found that no matter how strong the opponent's attack was, it seemed that it could not change his trajectory, but he could not fathom it. I did not expect that you still have such a strong fighting strength. It seems that your soul is really not suppressed. Today I will give you a good lesson. The all-killer Jiang Chen smiled proudly with a sneaky smile. Break for me. The all-killer Jiang Chen's sword danced in the sky. One sword swept across millions of miles, but it still could not hurt Jiang Chen because he was completely familiar with his own methods. On the contrary, the opponent revealed its weakness at this moment. Jiang Chen's eyes became cold. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword pierced through the shadow. However, the murderous Jiang Chen roared and disappeared from the spot. He stepped on the void and stood not far behind Jiang Chen. With a flick of his finger, the heavenly dragon sword let out a buzzing sound and the corner of his mouth became even brighter. Puff! Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was ferocious. He was fooled. No wonder the life-killer Jiang Chen wasn't anxious at all, and had purposely revealed a flaw. He was the life-killer Jiang Chen, and the life-killer Jiang Chen was him. Since he had stabbed the life-killer Jiang Chen, it also meant that he had stabbed himself. Despicable guy! Jiang Chen's face was gloomy, and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He knew that he had to make a long-term plan. The all-killer Jiang Chen was too difficult to deal with. Although it was an illusory body that was a combination of illusion and reality, it was full of reality. Jiang Chen couldn't figure out what was going on. Being despicable is the pass of the despicable, and being noble is the epitaph of the noble. I want to replace you and regain my position as a god, so you can only be my prisoner. Ha ha ha. The all-killer Jiang Chen looked at the countless immortal palaces and pavilions around him, looking down on the heavens. To be exact, you are already dead because no one can escape from this peerless killing formation. Do you know who set it up? Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor, one of the divine emperors who is closest to becoming a god emperor. The peerless killing formation that he set up, even a god emperor might not be able to break it. You are not even a void god. Do you really think that you can escape from Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor's grasp? What a fool's dream. Hee. Jiang Chen's words made Jiang Chen's body tremble. His mind started to pay more attention to it. It was the masterpiece of a divine emperor expert. It seemed like he had underestimated this peerless killing formation. However, since this peerless killing formation couldn't trap his spiritual consciousness, his great soul derivation technique could make him invincible and not be affected by the illusion. However, anyone would go crazy if they were to stay here for thousands of years. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox Jiang Chen's mind spun as he kept thinking about how he could break through the supreme killing formation. This murderous Jiang Chen was just a decoy. Killing it was equivalent to committing suicide, falling right into the trap of this peerless killing formation. If I'm already dead, if I can be reborn, just like Taiji, born for yin and yang. Between movement and stillness, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. With little effort, one could move 1,000 caddies. With the weak, one could defeat the strong. With the second move, one could arrive first. The heavens and earth were vast and profound. In the divine assembly of illusory reality and illusory reality, the illusory defense and illusory reality attack. The oncoming momentum was ferocious and unwavering. Act according to your heart, adapt to the circumstances, live with the world, and perish with the world. Jiang Chen murmured. In the illusion, he knew that if he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, it would be the same as killing himself. In this realm of slaughter, was he already dead? If the illusion was not broken, he would be a dead man. There was no doubt about it. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. No matter what you do, I will not move. My heart is the sky. My will is the earth. I do what I want. Who can stop me? Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. He breathed in and out. At this moment, the realm of his soul was raised to another level, a level that he could not reach at all. Even he himself did not know that at this time. His eyes were like torches that could see through the world of mortals and demons. Unstoppable. Even in the tomb of the god of sin, in a desolate holy mountain in the northwest, a withered old man, who was sitting on an astrolabe, opened his turbid eyes, gazed into the distance and murmured, I do what I want. Who can stop me? This wanton, this domineering, this arrogant aura, how long has it been since it appeared? 10 million years or 100 million years? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly curled up, and he looked calm. As far as his eyes could see, he had completely passed through the void time and returned to reality. No. How is this possible? How did you do it? The figure of the killer Jiang Chen gradually disappeared, and his face was full of horror. You are just a projection in my heart. I want to transcend the past, but I don't want to put myself in danger. You are me, but you are not me. You only have the shape, but you don't understand my mind at all. I do what I want. Who can stop me? Ha ha ha, even the heaven is no exception. Chapter 21:43. Not far away, Long Xueqi and the others were in a dreamlike state. They didn't even know what was going on. Jiang Chen was incomparably calm, because they must have encountered the same situation as him. This peerless killing formation was set up by the Supreme Divine Emperor. He was able to escape from it because of his great luck. Otherwise, he would have been trapped alive in the formation. Jiang Chen was extremely calm. No, I have to go and save Monkey. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn in an instant, because Dragon Xueqi's eyes had turned incomparably red, indicating that he was on the verge of going berserk. He could ignore the life and death of others, but not Dragon Xueqi. Motherfucker, I will kill you. Long Xueqi closed his eyes tightly and waved the peerless divine staff in his hand, sweeping in all directions. When the staff struck down, the void trembled. Because Long Xueqi had definitely used all of his strength. It was totally different from when he was fighting with Moling Dongchen and the others. It could be imagined that he must have encountered a great crisis in the illusion. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state. At this moment, even Jiang Chen did not dare to face Long Xueqi head-on. This guy. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. As soon as the slaughter dragon seal was unleashed, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. The current slaughter dragon seal was no longer the same as before. Although it was not Jiang Chen's strongest technique, it was still extremely ferocious. I am free to go anywhere in the world. I will follow my own will. Wake up. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly flashed and a ray of light went into Long Xueqi's mind. Long Xueqi's body trembled and his face turned pale. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and looked extremely terrible. He took a few steps back and almost fell down. Ah! Long Xueqi roared and his voice shook the sky. He was like a dragon entering the sea. His whole body instantly became dispirited and he knelt down on one knee. He looked terrible and sweated a lot. What happened to me? Little Chunzi. Long Shesan's face darkened. Did you see yourself just now? Jiang Chen asked. How did you know? Long Shesan was shocked. Behind this bronze door should be a peerless killing formation. From the moment we entered, we were already enveloped in the illusion of the peerless killing formation. Everyone has a side of their heart, so this peerless killing formation is to arouse the violence and uneasiness in the depths of our hearts, and even the ugliest side of human nature. Then didn't I just embarrass myself? Damn it, you must have seen all of my handsome face. Ha ha. After surviving a calamity, Long Shesan did not have the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, he still talked and laughed wittily. This was what Jiang Chen valued the most. You want to save face? Jiang Chen scolded jokingly. At this moment, among the dozens of people far away, some of them had already fallen to the ground. There were more than 20 of them. In other words, most of them had died in their own illusions. The ones who killed them might be themselves. However, the real killer weapon was this peerless killing formation. However, no one knew about it. Puff. Moling Dongchen's expression changed. He became pale and bloodless. He knelt on the ground directly. It was obvious that he had suffered from internal injuries. However, it also shocked Jiang Chen. He actually escaped from the illusion of the peerless killing formation with his own ability. In other words, this guy was definitely not simple. Moling Dongchen raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen and Long Shesan. His heart was in turmoil. I never expected that the two of them could also walk out from the illusion. Moreover, it seems that their strength did not suffer too much damage. Moling Dongchen thought. Initially, he thought that he was the only one who could pass this stage. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated the two of them. It could be said that they had hidden their strength well. As for Zhan Lingyun and the 20 early Void God experts, they were still in a daze. Wake up at the same time. A ray of light shot out from Jiang Chen's mind, piercing through the void. Zhan Lingyun and the others trembled. At this moment, they gradually walked out from the illusion. However, there were still 7 of them who would stay here forever. In the end, including Zhan Lingyun, there were only 18 of them left. Each of them had suffered serious injuries. This illusion had almost killed more than half of them. Are you all right, Brother Zhan? Jiang Chen smiled. Thank you, Brother Jiang Chen. Zhan Lingyun's expression was solemn. He naturally knew that if Jiang Chen did not wake him up, he might have died already. Words could not express his gratitude. He did not say anything else. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving our lives. The remaining 10 people followed Jiang Chen's orders obediently. After all, Jiang Chen had saved them twice. Jiang Chen's kindness was equivalent to giving them a new lease on life. The illusion has been broken, but there are still many brothers who will stay here forever. Yeah. Seems like the divine treasury of the Supreme Divine Emperor is not something we can touch. Sigh. Since we have come this far, even if there are mountains of skeletons in front of us, we still have to go. After the illusion was broken, everyone understood a lot of things. In the illusion, they were almost killed due to their greed. This could only prove that they might not be suitable for this place. Danger and treasures accompanied each other, but it was still unknown who would have the last laugh. If one's strength was not enough, it would be hard for them to continue. Everyone was fighting for a future for themselves, a future where they could enter the divine world. Look, what's that? As far as Zhan Lingyun's eyes could see, he saw 2 rainbow bridges that were connected to an unreachable 5-colored palace. It was a spectacular sight. 1 life and 1 death, 1 yin and 1 yang, Jiang Chen said softly. The 2 rainbow bridges seemed to be connected to the edge of life and death. One was full of vitality, while the other was filled with yin qi and ghosts. Seems like one of these 2 bridges is destined to be the bridge of helplessness. Long Shesan chuckled. His eyes were filled with coldness. No matter which one Jiang Chen chose, he would follow. I choose the gate of life. Who is willing to go with me? Zhan Lingyun said with a serious face. The reason he chose the gate of life was precisely because of that saying, life and death, false and real. Because no one knew which bridge could possibly be the bridge of helplessness. There were 11 Void God experts behind Zhan Lingyun. Jiang Chen was not surprised about this. After all, everyone was just trying to survive. Then I choose the gate of death. Jiang Chen said. Since this was the divine tomb and it was already the realm of death, What's the point of choosing the gate of life? It was better to choose the rainbow bridge of the gate of death. Perhaps there would be a chance of survival. I also choose the gate of death. Life and death, it's up to fate. Moling Dongchen nodded and said. He took a glance at Jiang Chen and his expression became extremely solemn. The choice of life and death at this moment was destined for them to step into a path of unknown life and death. Jiang Chen knew it in his heart, but he was not sure that the path he chose was absolutely right. Who would dare to say that the path he chose was definitely the right one? The divine treasures of a supreme divine emperor. Who dared to say that they could walk proudly in it? The remaining 6 people also chose to follow behind Jiang Chen. If I'm lucky enough to reach the other side, I, Zhan Lingyun, owe you my life. Chapter 2144. The Rainbow Bridge stretched for thousands of miles and was surrounded by immortal qi. It was impossible to see anything clearly. They could only see the bridge body that was extending, and the surroundings were filled with pavilions and pavilions. It was a beautiful scene. However, the rainbow bridge that symbolized the Death Gate was emitting a trace of yin qi everywhere. It was strange. The rainbow bridge of the Death Gate. Could it be the bridge of helplessness? Don't talk nonsense. Just follow Brother Jiang. It won't be wrong. Yes, don't talk nonsense. If you want to die, we won't stop you. But don't be alarmist here. The few Void God experts had a solemn look on their faces, not knowing what to do. Do you also think that the Death Gate has a higher chance? Jiang Chen looked at Moling Dongchen and asked. That's right. This place is already the divine tomb of the land of death. Even if it's the Life Gate, how much chance of survival can there be? It's better to be reborn in the face of death. Perhaps there will be a chance of survival. Moling Dongchen said calmly. After adjusting his breath just now, he had recovered a lot. Great minds think alike. I think so too. Ha! Long Shersan interrupted Jiang Chen's words and said with a smile. Jiang Chen smiled and took a step forward. He took the lead and walked on the rainbow bridge of the Death Gate. As soon as they walked past the bridge, a flock of crows flew under the bridge with a strong smell of blood. Jiang Chen had a bad premonition, as if something bad was about to happen. Not good. The bridge seems to be collapsing. The moment Jiang Chen looked back, he saw that the bridge not far away had begun to crack inch by inch. The rainbow bridge of the Death Gate was becoming shorter and shorter. Hurry up! Jiang Chen said in a deep voice and quickly ran forward. However, the visibility was extremely low, only tens of meters. So, he could only rely on his 6 senses to feel out what was in front of him. The group of people cried out in alarm, and all of them dashed towards the side. At this moment, more and more crows appeared in front of them. They flew over the bridge and headed straight for them. They were so dense that it was terrifying to think of them as they blotted out the sun and sky. It was mixed with strange cries that made one's scalp go numb. Don't look back! Jiang Chen shouted at Long Shersan and the others in a deep voice. He took the lead and broke through the rainbow bridge of the Gate of Death and kept running. The flying speed of the crows was very fast and the trajectory was extremely tricky. Thousands of crows swept over the bridge and arrived in a moment. The people behind were retreating as they walked. Black blood splashed all over the rainbow bridge, and there were rotten corpses of crows all around. However, the dark crows were too much. They couldn't kill them at all. The 3 Void God experts were instantly swept away by the dark crows. Only their bones were left. They didn't even have the chance to scream as the dark crows devoured their bodies. What a terrifying dark crow! Moling Dongchen's scalp went numb. No one would be able to stay calm in such a situation. Run quickly. I don't want to die. Before a Void God expert could finish his words, he had already turned into a skeleton. His flesh and blood were devoured by the millions of dark crows, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. The remaining 2 Void God experts ran forward desperately. However, their speed was too slow. At least compared to the dark crows, they couldn't catch up with them. Their faces were already pale and pale. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. Wherever the dark crows passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. It was truly terrifying. Even the fearless draconic Shersan couldn't help but shiver in fear. He looked at the 6 skeletons that fell to the ground behind him with a solemn expression. I'm afraid that these dark crows can destroy everything. Don't look back. I can feel that the dark crows here seem to be afraid of something. Their speed seems to have slowed down, but they can still catch up with us. Run quickly. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Long Shan and Moling Dongchen didn't dare to be slow. Otherwise, they couldn't guarantee that the 6 skeletons would be the same as them. Motherfucker. This group of annoying guys. I really want to kill them with my stick. Long Shan scolded. However, his speed was not slow at all. The 3 of them ran side by side while the dark crows were chasing closely behind them. Their cries were extremely ear-piercing and made people feel uneasy. No, these dark crows are going to catch up with us soon. Jiang Chen had an idea. Blindly searching for treasures would only produce the opposite of the desired result. He had to make a decisive move and fight to the death. You two go first. I'll stay behind. No. Long Shan rejected firmly. Monkey, it's not the time to argue. Jiang Chen shouted in anger. Long Shan trusted Jiang Chen very much. If Jiang Chen chose to stay behind, he would at least have 70 to 80% confidence. Be careful. Moling Dongchen warned. He and Long Shan quickly ran far away. Jiang Chen held the 5 types of true fire in his hands. True Dragon Fire, Thunderbolt Fire, Qilin Saint Fire, Vermilion Bird Divine Fire and Sunfire. The 5 types of true fire merged together rapidly. The surrounding temperature rose to more than 1,000 degrees. It could even melt everything. As soon as the 5 types of true fire appeared, the speed of the dark crows slowed down. They seemed to be quite afraid of Jiang Chen's 5 elemental true fire. It's good that they are restrained. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to use the 5 elemental true fire to scare the dark crows away. Now it seemed to be feasible. This group of harmful things. I'll use my 3,000 flames dragon seal to purify you. Jiang Chen sneered. The 5 elemental true fire in his hands merged together completely. The fire seal soared up to the sky and stopped in front of the dark crows. Millions of dark crows did not dare to take a step forward. 3,000 flames dragon seal. Purify them. Jiang Chen roared in anger. The fire seal smashed into the flock of dark crows. Ear-piercing screams reverberated between heaven and earth. On the Rainbow Bridge, the 3,000 flames dragon seal merged with the 5 elemental true fire was like a bomb. It exploded on the flat ground. The fire tongue of the 3,000 flames dragon seal covered the entire heaven and earth. All the dark crows turned into ashes at this moment. The raging fire burned and thick smoke billowed. Arg, after a miserable scream, the remaining dark crows turned into a pitch-black shadow and flew deeper into the sky. Above the clouds, a pair of gloomy eyes stared at Jiang Chen with anger. The ghost shadow that the dark crows turned into should not be simple. Jiang Chen frowned. That guy still managed to escape. However, he must have suffered a heavy injury since he had burned millions of dark crows. However, Jiang Chen couldn't be sure that this fellow wouldn't make a comeback. Chapter 21:45. Kid, you're too scary. Long Shan looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully. Although Moling Dongchen was not clear about Jiang Chen's means, he would never dare to underestimate Jiang Chen from now on. I'm just lucky, Jiang Chen said with a smile. I don't know what kind of danger lies ahead. Let's take a step and see. Jiang Chen said. The 3 of them continued to walk towards the other end of the Rainbow Bridge. However, the crushed stones on the Rainbow Bridge were getting closer and closer to them. This place is too weird. If there's any danger, let's fight it out with real swords and spears. Motherfucker. Long Shan couldn't help but scold. It made him feel uncomfortable. At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, it seemed to become clear and the fog gradually receded. After walking for nearly an hour, they finally saw the end of the Rainbow Bridge. It was a huge altar. The octagonal altar symbolized the Xueqi of heaven and earth, 5 elements and 8 trigrams, alternating between black and white. The altar was more than 10 feet high. There were 9 bulls and 2 tigers around it. 11 stone beasts were divided into 8 directions, as if they were trying to pull the altar apart. On the altar, there was a big blood-red flag that was fluttering without any wind. It was frightening. It was as if the blood-colored flag was the center of the storm. On the surrounding altars, there were many tattered linen cloths that were no longer recognizable. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, it was simple and unadorned. On the ground, there were obscure ancient inscriptions that no one could understand. Apart from that, There was nothing else around the altar. However, there was something strange about it. Is this the altar of God? Moling Dongchen murmured and his face showed a touch of horror. What's the divine altar? Jiang Chen asked. It was his first time hearing about the divine altar. I also read about it in an ancient record. The divine burying altar is used to sacrifice heavenly gods, and the method is extremely cruel. The divine burying flag of the divine burying altar is a soul-gathering flag that gathers tens of thousands of souls. It's extremely mysterious. Even divine kings and ultimate gods could be sacrificed alive. It's a terrifying thing. No one knows what kind of existence the divine burying altar is. Even the existence of the divine burying altar is a kind of advancement. Who would be so cruel as to sacrifice a divine god? Moling Dongchen said in a low voice with a hint of heaviness in his voice. That's the divine burying flag. Moling Dongchen looked at the altar with lingering fear. The blood-red flag that was fluttering even though there was no wind had given Jiang Chen an invisible pressure. This is too abnormal. Even a godly king or hierarch could be sacrificed alive. What kind of expert would be able to do that? Long Xueqi took a deep breath and couldn't help but smack his lips. It said that when a divine emperor or a god emperor dies, someone would use the divine burying altar to protect their divine treasures. A divine emperor or a god emperor is the supreme existence in the divine world. However, it was said that there were very few people in the entire god world who would use the godly burying altar. The reason for that was because the godly burying altar was simply too cruel. Sacrificing a heavenly god or stronger expert would incite the wrath of both men and gods. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to try it. It said that there was a peerless divine emperor who tried to use the divine burying altar to create a divine treasure for himself after his death. He didn't want anyone to step into it. However, he went for wool and came home shorn. He was killed by an even more powerful expert. The divine burying altar failed to sacrifice a hierarch expert and was killed by someone else. It's a sad thing. However, because of this, it means that the probability of the divine burying altar appearing is very small. At least, experts below the divine emperor level wouldn't dare to try it. Moling Dongchen continued to say. Apparently, he was quite afraid of the divine burying altar. He even looked at the altar with fear. This divine burying altar shouldn't be the real divine treasure, right? Jiang Chen said as he looked at the ancient altar cautiously. It was like a dreadful beast that could explode at any time. There's a door in the center of the divine burying altar. It said that only by pushing 9 bulls and 2 tigers can the door of the divine burying altar open and enter the real divine treasure. This should be the last line of defense set up by the God Emperor experts. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. He dared not to be careless. After all, the danger could explode at any time. 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Interesting. Let me try. Long Xueqi said proudly. There were 11 vivid stone statues in front of them. Each of them was majestic, tall and full of charm. Let's start with your tiger head. Xueqi harumphed coldly. He held the peerless staff in his hand and swung it horizontally. However, the ferocious beast with the head of a tiger didn't even budge an inch when the staff landed on it. How could this be? Long Xueqi could not believe it. Since when did he become so weak? Damn it. This is embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Dragon Xueqi laughed out loud. After all, Moling Dongchen was here and he felt that he had lost some face. I don't believe it. Xueqi put away his divine staff and turned around. He lowered his shoulders, squatted down, and held his saber horizontally. His hands and feet exerted all of his strength. His forehead was covered with sweat, but he still couldn't move the altar. Roar. The roar of a tiger and the howl of an ape was incomparably ear-piercing. The originally motionless stone statues of the ferocious beasts started to crack inch by inch. Within each of the stone statues, an incomparably huge ferocious beast appeared. Each of them was dozens of feet tall and exceptionally ferocious. Heavenly Red Horn Bull. This kind of thing really exists. Moling Dongchen squinted his eyes and said, Be careful. This guy's fighting strength is not any weaker than the divine dragon. Moreover, the 2 Sky Overlord divine tigers are not easy to deal with. Moling Dongchen reminded. Heavenly Red Horn Bull and Sky Overlord divine tigers. They are indeed extraordinary. They are not inferior to the sacred beast Qilin that I met before. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. However, he dared not to underestimate them. The 9 bulls and 2 tigers had completely turned into ferocious beasts and were pointing at Jiang Chen and the other 2. Each of them seemed to have the power to devour the heaven and earth. These fellows, it seems like they want to kill us. Xueqi could smell the murderous intent of these mystical beasts. Each of them had a pair of blazing eyes. Although they looked harmless, they possessed the power of a thunderbolt, which made Xueqi not dare to let his guard down. These guys should be the guardians of the divine burying altar. Jiang Chen understood. Since they had set up this peerless killing formation and the divine burying altar, it meant that the expert who died was quite powerful. Moreover, he was the real deal. He was not the kind of person who looked good but was useless. Just one heavenly red horn bull alone had already made Long Xueqi suffer. Anyone who dares to enter will be killed without mercy. The Sky Overlord Divine Tiger said in a deep voice. It could launch a ferocious attack at any time. Since they were already here, Jiang Chen and the others would not retreat. Chapter 2146. The scariest thing about the red horn beetle is its horn. It's as hard as metal and has great strength. Moling Dongchen reminded. No matter how hard you try to attack me, I will hit you with my stick. Long Xueqi said proudly without any fear. He had just suffered a loss in the hands of these stone statues. This time, Long Xueqi wanted to get back at them. Long Xueqi took the lead and rushed towards them. The terrifying peerless divine stick fell from the sky and swept across the whole area. However, these red horn beetles were not ordinary beings. 3 of them attacked together and blocked Long Xueqi's attack. Even the indestructible peerless divine stick was pushed back at this moment. Moreover, the red horn beetle was not injured at all. Damn. It's really tough. These guys are pissing me off. Draconic Xueqi let out a furious roar. His face was extremely ugly. If he were to be beaten back by these guys again and again, he would lose face. These ferocious beasts are not souls? Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. His expression was incomparably grim. Initially, he wanted to subdue these souls, but it seemed impossible now, because these guys were real existences. They weren't souls at all. Early Void God Realm. These ferocious beasts are real middle void gods. Jiang Chen's face turned gloomy. This was the gap between the soul realm and the physical realm. If the strength of a middle void god realm was comparable to a peak early void god realm, in fact, a human's realm would only be comparable to a peak early void god realm. After all, without a physical body, their strength would be greatly reduced. However, these 11 ferocious beasts were different. Each of them was gifted. Even in the divine world, they would be considered as divine beasts. They were not easy to deal with. Now, they were equivalent to 11 early void god realm experts. Moreover, they were extremely powerful ferocious beasts. Naturally, Jiang Chen and the others were under a lot of pressure. Long Xueqi did not show any mercy while facing the 3 ferocious beasts. The iron stick in his hand flew again and again. He struck out the battle saint technique, suppressing the 3 ferocious beasts and gaining the upper hand. However, he could not do anything to the 3 red horn beetles at this moment. Because the red horn beetles were very powerful. The most terrifying part was their body and horns. No one could resist them. They could be called divine weapons. Be it the ability to resist or counterattack, although the red horn beetles were a bit clumsy, they were still very powerful. Even an ordinary middle void god realm expert might not be able to fight against them. Moling Dongchen was fighting and retreating at the same time. He did not even have the chance to counterattack. At this moment, he seemed to be in a tight spot. Because his strength had not recovered yet, he was severely injured. That was why he ended up like this. However, he managed to stabilize the situation. Even Long Xueqi could only block the attacks of 3 red horn beetles. On the other side, Moling Dongchen had also exerted his full strength. However, he could only block 3 red horn beetles. The most terrifying thing was that the remaining 3 red horn beetles and the 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers were staring at him. When it rains, it pours. Since you guys are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen murmured. He pointed his sword at the void and stepped in all directions. His arrogant sword aura swept across the universe. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. The Sky Overlord Divine Tiger said in a deep and murderous tone. However, it had already led the other ferocious beasts towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wielded his sword and swept across. The sword light swept across the place. The heavenly dragon's sword was unstoppable. However, it still could not break through the defense of the 3 red horn beetles. The other 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers were ready to attack as well. Jiang Chen was fighting against 5 beasts alone, but he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. However, he also felt a sense of seriousness. These red horn beetles and Sky Overlord Divine Tigers had yet to unleash their full strength. Especially the Sky Overlord Divine Tiger. It seemed like it was toying with them as if it was not in a hurry to kill them. Roar! The 3 red horn beetles came from 3 different angles, crashing through mountains, rivers, and everything. The void was almost torn apart. Their imposing manner was unstoppable. Jiang Chen struck out a few true dragon palm prints to block the attacks of the 3 red horn beetles. You have trespassed into the forbidden area. You will die. Accept your judgment, lowly humans. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. The 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers also descended from the sky. Their morale was like a rainbow and their roars were like thunder, shaking the void. Their huge tiger claws directly swung towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked calm. The heavenly dragon sword slashed down but was repelled by the Sky Overlord Divine Tiger. Even he was sent flying backwards as if he had struck a huge rock. The other Sky Overlord Divine Tiger also supported him from the side. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, the ground beneath its feet cracked. Jiang Chen narrowly avoided this attack. The 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers were even more unscrupulous. They charged forward and were determined to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Jiang Chen dodged continuously. Another 2 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seals failed to repel the Sky Overlord Divine Tigers and the Red Horn Sky Bull. On the contrary, he was forced to retreat continuously. Facing 3 early Void Gods and 2 middle Void Gods who were super ferocious beasts, even Jiang Chen had to go all out. If there was a slight mistake, he might lose his life under the feet of these 5 ferocious beasts. Jiang Chen was fighting fiercely but he was forced to retreat step by step. However, he was not nervous at all because these guys were not strong enough for him to go all out. However, in the following battle, Jiang Chen was pushed back by these big fellows. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Jiang Chen was furious. It seemed like if he didn't teach these guys a good lesson, they would really think that they were invincible. Stupid big guy. Looks like I have to teach you a good lesson. Jiang Chen sneered. His body shook and he casted the dragon transformation. His body suddenly became bigger and covered with dragon scales. His body looked like a ferocious beast. The half-human half-dragon transformation caused Jiang Chen's aura to rise. Most importantly, when Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation, a terrifying aura of a true dragon shrouded the sky and earth. Even the 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers could not help but take a step back, as if they were under great pressure. Such a terrifying aura. This half-human half-beast guy. The Sky Overlord Divine Tigers said in a low voice. They seemed to be afraid of Jiang Chen. After all, his aura made them feel a trace of fear. This was the aura of a superior being. The suppression of the bloodline of a divine beast. The aura of a myriad beast king. Who dares to fight me? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.